everyone. Hello, how are y'all? Good evening and welcome in. Uh, Let me know in the chat if y'all can hear me. Can you see me and all the things? Are we up and running? I hope we are. Hey, Butterfly, Rachel, Forrest, welcome into the Super Mods. Thank you for being here. Tricia, 83, Socket. I always want to say Rocket. Change your name, man. 83 Rocket. It reminds me of this old song. But yeah, 83 Socket coming in hot. Welcome in, my wrench. Good to see you. All right, guys, come on in. Okay, good. Sound is good. Awesome, awesome, awesome. How's y'all's weekend going? Hey, Firefly, welcome in. Y'all got my fresh pot of coffee. I feel like I might need it, like I always do. You know what? The last couple of nights I've had a hard time sleeping, and about 10 o'clock, I feel it. I feel like I really need my cup of caffeine. So I had to make like a little pot of coffee and drink one cup, and I'm good to go. And then I can go to sleep. Isn't that weird? I got that ADH stuff, I guess. Relaxes me. All right, so I got my fresh coffee. Y'all grab your coffee, tea, or whatever your vice might be. Y'all know how it rolls. Enjoying the conversation. If you don't mind, hit the thumbs up on the way in. It helps us get out there into the algorithm and gets the conversation out there as well, right? It's benefit the topics we talk about, not so much ourselves. That's the way it should be. It should be about your topic, not yourself. We can have shows about ourselves, but we shouldn't like advertise them, right? It's like community hangout. That's what that is. Hey, not me, welcome in. Sometimes our shows turn into community hangouts, right? That's what it's all about. At least over here, anyway, we like to have that community feel. Guys, and so with some icky stuff's been going on in the community. You know, we've seen it unpack in the last couple of days. A lot of us didn't find it too shocking. A lot of us asked, I don't know, 40 something days ago, where's Magnolia? Little did we know. We're going to talk about that and get it out of the way because it just needs to go away. Like that, let them handle it. But we always read court documents around here and stuff like that and look at the facts, and we're going to do that. I'm not going to be reviewing what other people are saying or doing. I won't be reviewing any of his stuff here. I mean, JLR. Y'all know how I already felt. Even when we were showing, when this case first happened, Nancy Guthrie, and we were showing the footage that they were out there filming, we were looking at all their footage, right? Fox News, Brian Enton, JLR. JLR is the one that just stuck around the longest. After a while, that got like, what the hell are you doing there, dude? I'd have to mute him out constantly because I just couldn't take it. And it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. Anyway, have y'all had a good weekend so far? I've had a pretty day here on the coast. It's been nice weather. So hopefully y'all have had some good weather as well. Damn, that coffee's hot. It needs to cool off. All right. So we're going to take a look at that stuff and talk about it for a few minutes, and then we're going to move on to the real stuff that we need to talk about. Not to take away from what happened to Magnolia, because that's very real. But now there's been a lot of theories floating around in the Nancy Guthrie case. What happened? Why? All that. And a lot of you have seen the Ashley Banfield piece when she did a segment and talked about the Nancy Woodrum case. I was like, man, I had literally just watched an entire thing about that case a few days before she put that information out. Butterfly mentioned, we talked about it. She's like, because we watched a lot of the same stuff, and she had seen it too. And I don't even think I watched what Ashley put out, honestly, because I'm like, no, in my mind, it's like, I don't even get the connection between the two, except they might look a little bit alike. Other than that, it feels very different. But I wanted to unpack that a little bit with you guys and talk about what I do know about that case and the facts I did find on it and compare the two and see what you guys think, because that was a total case of SA. It was this one assailant He knew her. She was in her 60s, I believe. She was 62. Um, but he knew her, had worked for her, things of that nature. So we'll unpack that, and also to wrap up the show. And I kind of want to keep an eye on the time, which is hard for me to do, but I'm going to do it. A butterfly is going to help me out. AB or not ABC? Where did I get? I know why I said I looked at my notes. KVOA, right? Yes, KVOA. They're in Tucson is going to hold a special, 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern, for Nancy Guthrie. And apparently the family will have a statement as well. So we're gonna watch that together. If you guys don't mind, we're gonna watch that and review it and see what they have to say. I think Nanos is going to make an appearance, probably so. We'll see what kind of word salad we get tonight. We might get hungry later and need some dressing to go with the salad. We might get furious and heads explode. We might go, oh, he finally got a lick of sense. It's totally anybody's game at this point. Hey, Carrie, welcome in. Welcome in. So, yeah, I know the communities have, of course, y'all have your feelings, right? Just like anytime anything happens, everybody has their own feelings about something, especially when it affects the community as a whole. And every time a true crimer gets into trouble, here it comes. Oh, the grifters, right? It's like, that's such an old conversation, and it's super childish at this point. Can we let that go and demand people do better and have a little bit of integrity, a little bit of morals, a little bit of a moral compass, I should say, because morals could be anybody's. My morals may not be your morals, right? And that's okay. But a moral compass of right from wrong, basic right from wrong, everybody should be able to have that in their inner core. And, how you approach things and do things is on you in the end. So, not everybody's the big bad wolf. Oh, I made a short video and I hadn't made one in a while. Guys, I got to show you because it cracked me up. Because I love Maureen, right? Like Maureen O'Connell, y'all know I love this FBI lady. She's not like the Jaycoffs at all. Well, while I was eating earlier, I was watching a little bit of Megan Kelly's part 4 thing or whatever she's doing, and I didn't even finish it. But I caught this, and I was like, "Oh hell, I gotta, let me let me get it ready." I just couldn't help myself.
In
Uh-oh.
weird ways.
You just never know what's going to set a lunatic down the lane he or she goes.
Sweet baby Jesus, can we just rid this world of all the lunatics?
Can we? Right? If we could just do that. And
People latch onto things in weird ways.
You just never know what's going to set a lunatic down the lane he or she goes.
Sweet baby Jesus, can we just rid this world of all the lunatics?
if we could, man, we could all live in peace and harmony. It's never gonna happen, right? Oh, wow. Oh, goodness. Firefly says past behavior is the best predictor of the future behavior. So I'm not shocked by this past week's events and true. Yeah, I know. I know you're not exactly right, girl. We've had some conversations in the past because we've seen things, right? And we already had those red flags, and yeah, yeah, it's a little, yeah. That one time we did watch that one video because he traveled around the King Road area. See, that's the thing. Everybody does want to see that boots on the ground, lay of the land. Can you really get behind those apartments? Remember Firefly? I was so like, can you get back there? It was driving me nuts. And you finally found me that video, and we finally proved you could get back there. And we were like, phew, thank God. So, relief. But we don't know what it's like unless we see it. But we got that opportunity, then it became a little intrusive once there wasn't a lot left, right? Except pizza deliveries and random other food deliveries, and y'all seen it all. Everything that went on, it was wild. We did get to see in those first few days all the investigators who kept coming back, but JLR wasn't the only one out there at that point. It was all the media was still out there. But when the media it worked out in JLR's favor for the sheriff to push the media back when he did, because this dude knew he had to go to court. And I kept saying, I told Butterfly he is trying to figure out how to let that chat down, to let them know he needs to leave or it's time for him to leave, but he just can't come out and say it. They're demanding he stay. They're throwing him money by the handfuls to stay, JLR. One lady even put on Twitter how close he was to solving the case. I swear to God, my jaw hit the floor. Your potential jurors, let that sink in. I'm trying to keep my composure tonight, y'all, because I could go so hard. Damn, I could go so hard. But I'll try to have integrity, whatever that means. Okay, where do I want to start? Let's start with a document. That's what we love to do around here. Damn it, Idaho won't give me no documents, and now they're being sued for documents. I'm here for it, by the way. Just want to say, got my eye on you. Because I'm about to start asking some hard questions over there, Idaho. I've tried and tried and tried to have your back as long as I can fucking have it, man, but come the hell on. What are you doing? And why are you doing it? That's the next question. If you don't want us to go there, don't put us there, like I've always said. If you don't want us to go there, do not put us there. Okay, so let me pull up the document. And this is an 8-page incident report. Let me, okay. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna share the report. We're gonna read it. And then I know some of you may or may not know that Jaime Phillips, aka Magnolia, had an involvement with Project Varitas. I'll show you a little bit about that. And then y'all are welcome to make up your minds however y'all want to make them up, right? And we'll leave it at that. And then I'll show you she finally became active on Twitter again. And I'll share with you a post. And then we're going to move on. And then everybody can make up their minds. And I just do want to say one more thing before I get started. I'm a little appalled about the amount of people who suddenly found this creators, singing JLR's praises, that boots on the ground praises. That's our guy. And banked on it. I'm literally banked on it. And are still banking on it right now with JLR left. Because JLR is perfect timing. Like I said, the sheriff made them all move back. He's like, shit, that's kind of perfect. So I know I got to leave soon. And then right when he did finally leave, he had to go. He was in court. He didn't go live for 2 days. Somebody on Twitter kept saying, that dude didn't go to Florida. He didn't go live. He ain't in Florida yet. Something's up. He's not in Florida yet. Lo and behold, he wasn't in Florida yet because he was in court. He got court. Then he goes live in Florida and never mentions a word about it. Fine, that's your prerogative, dude. But there's people that support him who did not mind coming out and putting out handfuls of names and wild accusations and theories without any way to back them up, with smiles on their faces and thanking you for your super chats while they do it. Now suddenly say, well, what JLR's got going on is not my business. Not innocent until proven guilty. And I'm like, what the fuck am I hearing? I hope everybody else is listening. That should speak volumes. Okay, so the complainant is Jamie Tennille Phillips. Of course, that is Magnolia. And she filed the complaint against JLR when she called 911 to report what had happened. All right, so here's the narrative. That little word. Okay. The following report is a summary of an incident which occurred to my recollection. This report also serves as a summary of my involvement and my understanding of the said incident. Furthermore, portions of my involvement were recorded by audio and video. Ooh, and my department is issued Axon body. Oh, I wonder who's trying to get the FOIAs on that stuff. Holy, it just hit me for some reason. Oh man, I'm sure people's already filed. Lord, they shouldn't. Well, they knew. Police reviewed the incident recordings for chronological order, exact statements made, further information outside of the report. Good for her. If they got her condition on body cam footage, it's pretty powerful. Unless she did it to herself, because then people are already out there. Some of you women just beat yourself in the face and blame that man every time. So on December 25th at approximately 10:21 hours, Deputy Talley was working uniform patrol and driving a fully marked patrol vehicle for the Chelan County Sheriff's Office, responded to the All Season River Inn located at Icicle Road. Well, doesn't that sound sweet? The All Season River Inn on Icicle Road in Washington? Okay. For a report of an assault. The victim reporting party identified herself as Jaime Phillips. Jaime told dispatch that she received an injury to her nose from a fight last night with her boyfriend, Jonathan Riches. Rivercom was also informed Jonathan had taken Jaime's phone and left last night. That alone in Florida, you touch that phone, you're going to catch a whole other charge. I've seen it happen. A victim tries to call 911, you stop them in any way, take it, run with it, chunk it, flick it, whatever, you got a whole new charge slapped on there. That's crazy. But this wasn't in Florida where this happened. And which they both lived in Florida, so it could have been Florida. I arrived at the location at the same time as aide. We contacted Jaime at the main entrance door. I could visibly see bruising around Jaime's right eye. And I've seen the pictures, okay? I've seen the pictures. No, I don't think it's AI. I'm not talking, just for those who may be listening, pocket listening as they call it, I think. I don't, just for the record, let me rephrase all that. Yes, sorry about all that. For the record, I don't think that's AI. I forgot I was like live on a YouTube and got to be a little more with integrity and all that. So, on her right eye, consistent with being in the early stages of a black eye, I could see a small red mark on the upper right corner of the bridge of Jaime's nose. Her nose was visibly not straight and resembled what I have observed through training and experience to be broken. Jaime requested we all speak in the room where her belongings were, which is the Shenandoah room at this location upstairs. She advised Jaime advised sometime between 2300 and 0000 hours last night she had confronted Jonathan about things she observed on his work phone. His work phone. Jaime stated it was things such as communication with other women and what she described to be porn. Jaime stated that when she addressed this with Jonathan, he became enraged and struck her with a closed fist multiple times on the side of her head, her nose, and her ribs. Jaime stated she grabbed her phone and began to dial 911 for help, but Jonathan saw her doing this and took her phone from her and said, "I will fucking kill you." I asked Jaime if she believed this threat to be true, and she stated she believed he would kill her. Jaime stated that she believed at some point she lost consciousness after the assault, but remembered Jonathan grabbing two bags, his personal cell phone, Jaime's cell phone, and leaving. I asked Jaime what phone she currently had, and she stated it was Jonathan's work phone that he left behind. Jamie stated she did not know where he went, but believed he may have taken the white Jeep Compass they rented. So he left his work phone there. That I wonder if she had like hid it because it had the alleged evidence on it, right? I observed a white Jeep Compass to be parked outside prior to making contact with Jamie. I asked Jamie if she would be willing to have her injuries photographed and documentation, and she agreed. Due to the most Due to most of the medics on scene and myself to be male, and one of the areas of injury requiring Jamie to lift her shirt, I asked a female medic if she would be willing to take photos of Jamie's injuries with my department issued cell phone in the bathroom of the hotel room, to which she agreed and completed. These photos will be uploaded for evidence. Upon completion of the documentation of the injuries, Jamie was transported to the Cascade Medical Center for evaluation. I requested Rivercom to put an ATL out for Jonathan. I responded to Cascade Medical Center and met with Jamie in emergency room number 3. I asked Jamie if she'd be willing to complete a medical release form for documentation of the injuries received from the assault, and she agreed. A medical release was completed, signed, and provided to the medical staff facility. Jamie stated that Jonathan had been texting the work phone, knowing he left it behind. He told Jamie he was 100 miles away from her and in the middle of nowhere. Jamie could not confirm the Jeep Compass still parked at the hotel was their rental, but due to it being the only one there and all the other guests' vehicles accounted for, this was most likely the vehicle. Jamie believed Jonathan to be most likely still in the area, and their flight leaves tomorrow. Oh, okay. Was he getting ready to flee? Which required them to travel back to Seattle and return the vehicle to SeaTac where it was rented. Lord help us. Hey, Real Happy, welcome in. I was also advised by Jamie that in August of this year, she was on a work trip with Jonathan in Charlotte. This was when the first round of this was when she first found out, about his infidelity and porn issues. She stated that she confronted him and that he attacked her in the hotel they were staying at. Jamie stated it was similar to this. He assaulted her violently and then took their rental car and drove back to Florida, where they live. Jamie stated there's a long history of Jonathan assaulting her in their almost 3-year dating relationship. She stated she knows she should have left many times before this, but hasn't. Jamie stated Jonathan needs to be held accountable for what he did. Now, for people that, you know, y'all feel some type of way about why she stayed for 3 years. If that girl it only took her 3 years to get out, good for her. It can be a lot longer for a lot of women. Don't judge it until you walk it. Right? I don't want anybody to because this girl's going through a little bit of victim blaming right now, right? And because of that incident that she was involved in, we'll get to. But I need to remind you, this dude holds a Guinness Book of World's Record for the most lawsuits filed in the United States of America, including his own damn mama. We won't even get into all the rest. Sandy Hook shit. And, oh my God. First of all, I don't know if I could have dated anybody I knew was involved in all that. Maybe she didn't know. I don't know. How do you trust that? Phew. After Jamie was discharged from the Cascades Medical Center, I was provided a copy of the medical documents for this visit. Oh, I forgot people change. And I provided Jamie with a courtesy ride back to their hotel. Deputy McComas and I searched the room prior to Jamie going back into it. The on site manager was contacted, who changed the security code combinations in the front door. Okay, so they got her all secured up at the hotel now. It should be noted that the white Jeep Compass bearing the Washington registration that was observed earlier. Oh, okay, whatever. I can't let that shit show too long. This is not redacted. I didn't realize that. Okay. So on 12/26, received text message from Jaime on my department cell phone that she canceled her original flight and booked a flight with a different airline and boarded without issue. On 12/27, received a text from Jaime from on the department issued cell phone that she was finally able to track Jonathan's location. He was traveling from North Dakota. It is not known at this time if he was driving back to Florida. Oh, good lord. This dude. This dude. He just like gets in the car, his ADD goes everywhere, and he just drives wherever, wherever, wherever. You're gonna follow the sun. I want to follow the sun. I can see it. Did the victim indicate possession of the firearms in the home? Oh, that's the thing. Okay, so that was basically that. This is the incident report for the car. Vehicle release information, arresting deputy to release the car. That's all that's attached. So anyway, that was the gist of that whole the accusations against JLR, right? So when he had to leave Tucson and go to court, it was because they had their hearing, and Magnolia was granted a 3-year restraining order. So take that for what it's worth. I'm sure the hospital backed up her or confirmed her account of what caused her injuries, right? Because you know they're going to look at that report. Yeah, yeah, Firefly. She's been in Florida. I could tell that probably about 2 years ago on Twitter. It became pretty obvious to me, anyway. I was very skeptical, but yeah, she'd been living down there with him. He needs to go somewhere else and live and get out of my state. He don't deserve my sunshine, sir. You're not on the Gulf Coast anyway. You're over there on that stupid ass Atlantic, I think. Sorry, I don't mean to cuss you, Atlantic, but I don't care for you. You're not pretty like my Gulf. See, I'm very biased. I don't live on that side. I live on the other side. He needs to go somewhere else. God, we claim enough of these people. Enough of these true crimers. Enough of these YouTubers. Claim my state. Hey, but I think I'm the only native. That should be my new tagline. I'm the only native. Get out of my sunshine. Okay. Oops, I just almost spilled my coffee. Let me slide that over there. Okay, so we're going to get to one little article, and we're going to look at, we have the interview so Magnolia did work for what was known as Project Varitas, right? They were an organization that really went after mainstream media, like to plant stories, even to plant fake stories to see if they would run with it, kind of thing, right? You know how a YouTuber can get an inbox and run with that story. They get thrown at me too. Are you, whoa, you need to vet stuff. So they were doing that kind of stuff. And so we have the interview where she met with the Washington Post. Magnolia met with the Washington Post reporter, and they had their interview. So I have that for y'all to watch. But let me keep it on the time as well. And let me read this real quick. Because that way you see both sides, because there's she did this too, but she did that, made that accusation. Yeah, she did. It's all out there one time. And then look at JLR's long list. Or are we doing that? Are we comparing? Is that what we're doing? Okay, let's do that. Okay, we can do that, right? Firefly. Is he on that side? Because I don't know where he's at down there for real. I don't know what I'm talking about down there. I'm in the Panhandle, you know that, but down there on that other end, is he closer to the Gulf or to the Atlantic? I'm not sure. I never paid attention that hard. He's got palm trees and shit in his background, and we don't have palm trees down here on our beaches. Well, we do, but they're fake. They're brought in from down there. We have dunes on our beach. We do not naturally have pine trees. I mean, well, we have pine trees, but not the palm trees. Okay, let's pull up this article. Was it by the Washington Post? Yeah. Okay. And that way you have a little bit, you just got through, we just read the complaint, and now you're going to see the information that's out there about her. If y'all don't really know a lot about what's out there about JLR, it's a simple Google search. Like, seriously, it is a simple Google search. And Guinness Book of World Records, lawsuits, use your hashtags, and you can see it all for yourself. And then you can be the judge, do your own research, right? So if I can help with that tonight, I'm going to do that. Okay. Let's get to the top here. Okay, Washington Post says it foiled apparent sting by the James O'Keefe's activist group. Now, James O'Keefe was the one who was running Project Veritas. And there's an image of them in the, I guess it was like a diner they were in. That's where the video we're going to watch comes from that. Okay, so the Post says a woman who approached reporters with a story that Alabama Senate candidate Roy Moore got her pregnant as a teen actually appears to be part of an undercover sting operation run by conservative activist James O'Keefe. Suspicions, the newspaper says, were confirmed when the woman was spotted walking into the offices of Project Veritas on Monday. O'Keefe, who founded Project Varitas, is countering with news paper stories with his own narrative, releasing secretly recorded videos of Post employees that he says prove how shockingly one-sided their editorial team is. See, it was like this take down the mainstream media deal. And so she come in with this fake story that when she was 15, this Senate candidate guy from Alabama politician, Roy Moore, got her pregnant when she was like 15 and then convinced her to have an abortion. That was the story. All right. So O'Keefe founded Project Veritas, is countering all that. And then there was that Aaron C. Davis, who repeatedly asked O'Keefe whether the woman works for him. I saw that video, and so there was a reporter that approached him, this guy outside of his office, and he would not confirm if she worked for him or not. It was wild. The Post also published video footage of one of its response reporters speaking to the woman who claimed to be Moore's victim. In it, reporter Stephanie McCrimmon asks her who she is working for and tells her, if there's anything you want to say about why you're here and you came to be sitting here, I really would like to know that story as well. Like, they were on to her, right? Ugh. The Post says the apparent sting operation began with an email that was sent to reporter Beth Reinhardt the morning after she and McCorman wrote a November 9th story breaking the news that several women said Moore, a Republican running for U.S. Senate, pursued them as teenagers, including one said he sexually assaulted her. Oh, so there were some accusations that were made, and then they came in with their own. Oh, Lordy, that's messy. You come in 3D, you know what I'm saying? It's those movements, here comes one charge, here comes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, Lord. That's not good. All right. The email promised I might know something about Moore. And after a series of communications through the Signal encrypted messaging service, the woman eventually said that her name was Jaime Phillips, and that she was willing to meet with the person, or to meet in person. Sorry. In separate interviews with Reinhardt and McCorman, Phillips shared a false story about an alleged sexual relationship in 1992 with Moore that led to an abortion when she was 15. So that is the gist of the story. Okay. The newspaper adds that Phillips has also tried to get journalists to say whether her allegations might sink the political aspects of Moore, who left a controversial career as a judge to embark on what has become or a more controversial senatorial campaign. Good Lord, these politicians, I swear, give you fucking headaches. The reporters grew skeptical over inconsistencies in Phillips' story. And then post researcher Alice Kreitz found a GoFundMe page posted earlier this year by someone named Jaime Phillips, seeking donations to fund a move to New York after accepting a job to work in a conservative media movement to combat the lies and deceit of the liberal MSM. Jesus. All I can think about sometimes is some of them good old heavy metal songs like "We Don't Need Your Civil War," "War Pigs" by Black Sabbath. It's like I don't even want to. I don't even want to read about your shit, you icky bastards. The war machine keeps burning. Oh, that dog even heard it. See, the dog even recognized. Mm, that was a sign. So that's the gist of that. So she got caught, right, trying to feed a fake story to the newspaper. Um, and that's what's being put out there in about her past, right? But it doesn't take away what JLR did to her, and that's what all this came about, right? Um, a lot of people on X were getting a little fed up with a lot of things they were seeing, I guess, with him, and somebody was making some tweets, and I noticed the tweets. The next thing I know, I was like, "Holy moly!" Right? And I was like, okay, there's no way you can't speak on it, right? Especially when it's like we don't it's like it's icky because you just what I just saw happen to Miss Nancy and how disrespectful I felt so much of that was to my core, to what really bothered me. It became so hard to watch. And then you had to go watch sometimes because you hear about something ridiculous had happened. And you have to go look and you're like, oh my God, it's like a train wreck. So the sheriff kind of did us a favor when he pushed back the media because I get the mainstream media knew it was time to pack it in anyway, right? They were going to do their thing regardless. You could have kept it open to today. They weren't going to be out there this long. There's just no way in hell. They go back out there when they need to get their shoots. You know, they send their boots on the ground guys down there and get us some footage, and we'll throw it in the background while our dudes are talking. Simple as that. We don't need to be down there like we were 24/7 because there's nothing going on. And I feel like they need the neighbors have done some work right there. I see around Nancy's mailbox where the memorial was set up. Everybody was leaving flowers. They came and removed all the dead flowers, and I think they have like a box or something set up out there now for people to put their stuff in, so they can turn it over to the families. Yeah. So we present all we've done tonight so far, guys. Remember, is read the document about the charges or the allegations, I should say, whatever you want to call that. The incident report, we read that. And we just reviewed the article from the Washington Post about Jamie's past. And I said, you're welcome to go Google JLRs and do your homework there. Now, let me look at the time because we're going to move on in just a second. Let's go take a look at this. And once we do this, I'll see the time because I want to move on to the Nancy Woodrum story and see what we think about how it compares to the Nancy Guthrie. Because what are we at? 49 days now, guys? Holy, right? All right. And then, by the time y'all review this, y'all can go make up our minds. And apparently everybody was worried about their little dog or something. So I think she's got like their dog. I don't know. I'm not worried about all that. Okay. So I guess this is like her, I don't know if this would be a statement or not. Well, let me see. Do I need to start there? Is it like that? Hold on. Oh yeah, I guess so. Okay. I'll just read her pinned post and then y'all can make up your minds about stuff, right? All right, here we go. So this is she hadn't posted since early January, and then she did, I guess, sometime last night, or maybe early this morning. I'm not sure. She says, I wanted to acknowledge that I'm obviously aware that the Chelan County domestic violence police report from Christmas Day and my protection order case have come to light. The New York Post reached out to me yesterday and I answered some questions they had for the story that they were working on. So that's right. New York Post did come out and do an article on it yesterday, I think it was. It's like the only mainstream media that's even mentioned it, other than, Twitter and YouTube. So New York Post uh, did do an article. The police report speaks for itself, she says. This has been extremely traumatizing beyond words, and withdrawing completely felt like the safest way for me to begin the long journey of healing. I've had the support of my family, police, doctors, advocates, and my therapist. Being thrown into the role of survivor has been the hardest thing I've had to endure. The impact this has had on my life is immeasurable. I know it's not something that will ever fully go away. I know the road ahead will be long, but I'm taking it one day at a time and one task at a time. I want to assure everyone that I'm safe now. I did have surgery to repair my nose, and it appears to have been successful. But I know now, but I won't know for several months if further treatment is needed. I do know I'm very lucky to be alive and don't take that for granted. Rio is also safe and has been with me through everything. He is not harmed. That's their little dog, right? So then she has another post down here, and she's going to say that that's the same one right here. So anyway, she's noting some stuff that Nerdy had put out, and then Matt Black, she notes him there. Well, she had planned to come out and do it at her own time, I guess. But she says she disabled this app back in January during the acute shock phase, and that's why I never changed my profile. Working on it now. They changed the DM part of this app since then, so if someone has DM'd me since, I haven't seen it yet. I am not ashamed of my time at Project Veritas, and I never will be. I love my PV family, and I always will. Or I always will. Yeah. One outlandish failed operation over years of great work is part of the job as an undercover journalist. Over the last month, I've been working on the starting of my own business, and I'll have more to say on that later. So, she is letting everybody know that yes, she's acknowledging this Project Veritas situation and she's owning it, I guess, and she's not ashamed of it. You know, JLR doesn't appear to be ashamed of his past either. And like he said, everybody can move on, right? Didn't he say that himself? People learn and grow and can move on. Yeah. Frank Mancini, salty, please bring America's mommy Nancy home. Wouldn't we if we could? I would like to know where she's at. Which reminds me, I want to talk about ways out of there, man. I got maps on the brain so bad, y'all. If I don't get it out of my system soon, it's been there like for a week. Hope maybe tomorrow we'll do a show and do that. All right, so we're going to move on to the Nancy Woodrum stuff now because there's going to be a bit to read there before we get, because it's been about an hour. They're going to start that special that we're going to review, and I want to be, ready for that. So who do we have in chat? Kelly, welcome in. And Frank, again, thanks for joining us. Everybody here, thank y'all for coming on. Hey, Jet, welcome. Angel Eyes, nice to see y'all. Y'all hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. If you don't mind. Okay, so like I had mentioned, Butterfly and I had seen the Nancy Woodrum story, just like days before Ashley Banfield talked about it, because it aired like we watch YouTube falling asleep, like the Dateline stuff, right? Like you fall asleep to the Dateline on YouTube, and it had to be on there, or either it was like Peacock, Hulu, whatever that we have that's the same. So whatever we were watching, we watched the same show, and so when Ashley did it, I'd mentioned to Butterfly that I watched it. She's like, I did too. So I gathered some stuff about it to share with you guys. How many of you guys did y'all see that episode that Banfield did about the Nancy Woodrum case? So she's been making the rounds since then, a little hardcore. She's went over on Gray Hughes and did a video with him that he released on his channel. And her theory about how this is very, very similar to the Nancy's cases are very, very similar. SA. And then I saw her do it again on another show. I was like, oh, really? I go hard on my theory. She's going down on this one. Okay. So her theory is, and at this point, I think we all developed that one theory that we just are like stuck with. And that's okay and natural. But Banfield's now is this was an SA. And these are the reasons why, right? So take that into account. And Miss Guthrie is 84. Also take into account your victimology in the two cases. And if you take a look at Megyn Kelly's latest, and just got to watch a little bit of it. I saw my like watch later list. She did a segment where it really showed how much they highlighted Miss Nancy and her life over the decades on NBC TV. I mean, like, you wouldn't believe it. You just wouldn't believe how much of it was there for the taking. And that's scary. Whether you got ransom or obsessed or robber because the lady was rich, a lot of information was out there. Quite scary. So we're going to review Ashley's theory. And let me pull this up. Let me get my folder pulled up. Yeah, Forrest, it's hard to get behind, right? There's no similarities to me between the cases at all. There's one that Miss Nancy and Guthrie and Miss Nancy Woodrum, they favor each other. That's it. It's crazy. The circumstances behind what I don't want to say attacks, but we know Miss Nancy was attacked in some way. We see blood and she was taken. So yes, that's an attack. And they're very different in nature and all the things. So okay, let's see here. Now this happened back in 2018, right? When she was May 5th, 2018, she was reported missing at Paso Robles, California. Nancy Woodrum. She owned a hair salon out there called Strand's Hair Salon, and at one time she styled like for the famous people. And when I was watching that special, I noted that Kenny Rogers had been one of her clients. And back in the 70s, that dude's hair was every fucking thing, right? And I was like, that's impressive, Ms. Nancy Woodrum did some Kenny, Rogers hair. That's cool. And they named a couple of other celebrity ladies that she had done. And so then she ends up buying a big property she called Paradise Ranch, right? And she had a big Victorian house out there and like a cottage. So she lived in the cottage and she rented out the big Victorian as like a venue, a vacation and event venue. So she would have work done over on the property. And one of the people that would do the work for her was a man named Carlo, and he was 42 years old, and he was a painter. Nancy was 62, he was 42. It's what, 20 years difference? All right, let me get this. Now, they didn't know who did this for a minute, right? And the way they ended up catching this guy is like, this is 2018 when this happened. Geofencing broke the case, and we'll get there. And he did leave DNA behind at the home. Again, this is 2018 now. They did have DNA, and they were able to, obtain the DNA and do all the things with it and save it. So, when they finally do arrest this guy, he had no priors, so there was no criminal record. So when they got that DNA from the scene, right, it did not have a CODIS hit, and that's why, because the guy who did it never had committed a crime. So he was not even in the CODIS database. So they didn't have that, right? She was essayed, and she was suffocated with her own pillow, and there was visible blood. Now, again, I saw some photos of this blood in her home, similar to what I saw on that front porch. Guess what had happened to her? He punched her in the nose. Yeah. And he entered her home through a damn sliding glass door. All right. Let me pull up what I need to pull up so we can read that. Now, the key pieces of evidence they had was there was a partial handprint in blood, I believe it was, on the pillowcase. Her sheets were gone, and turns out he had those in the vehicle with him. He took her, right? He took the victim. So there's your second. That's one of the things that's their similarities, right? That she's 62. Nancy G was in her 80s, Nancy W in her 60s. The body, they took both Nancy's, right, or taken from the scene. In Nancy Woodrum's case, her sheets were also taken. Now, lo and behold, her sheets and some of her clothing articles were found not far from her home on the side of the road. Now, they don't know how they got there, if he threw them out or if he had her on back of the truck and they flew out. They're not real sure. He didn't say. Okay. So ABC, before I forget, Butterfly, yeah, before we forget, you guys can go and view this, because if I play their links and stuff, I'll get they'll get mad. But so this is an ABC News thing they're doing, 2020. So Nancy Woodrum's murder, how geofencing technology cracked the case of a woman who vanished. It's a 2020 exclusive. It goes inside the home where Nancy was murdered. And you guys can go watch this, right? And make your evaluations and see what you think. By all accounts, Nancy Woodrum was the kind of woman who made everyone around her feel like they mattered. Woodrum, 62, was the owner of a hair salon in Paso Robles, California, who lived alone in her Victorian-style ranch home named Paradise Ranch after her husband Robert died a few years prior. Nancy clicked with everybody, said her friend Louisa Spadia Beckham, who knew Woodrum from the salon. She just had the amazing gift of just openness, kindness, and just generous. However, Woodrum's daughter, Amanda Peel, became concerned after getting a phone call May 5th, 2018. Now, y'all ain't going to believe the next part. Okay, here's a photo. This is a little bit younger of Miss Woodrum, Nancy Woodrum. That was back in her salon days. Woodrum had not shown up to her Bible study group. What? Which was unusual because she was a devout Jehovah's Witness. So that's the first alarm that she's missing. Something's amiss with our friend, right? Just like Miss Nancy Guthrie. Remember? She didn't show up for church service. When I read that, or when I realized that in that special the other night, I was like, man, there are a couple of similarities, but that's about where they stop for me. Peel went to investigate the home, finding what appeared to be blood spatter in her room, and her bed sheets were missing. There's Miss Woodrum and her daughter Amanda. Investigators began looking for Woodrum, soon finding her missing bedding and clothing discarded on the side of a highway a few miles away from Paradise Ranch. Police wondered if someone who knew Nancy could have been responsible for her disappearance and investigated various leads over the next few months. Weekend guests staying at the ranch, a contractor, and even a member of her own family. That sound familiar? But none of those panned out, and they were all eventually cleared, and the case languished for more than 7 months. Damn. The police deployed geofencing, a cell phone tracking technology that was new at the time at Paradise Ranch. So 2018, geofencing. They're going to use it here to help solve the case of Miss Nancy Woodrum. And in 2018, the prosecutor in Delphi is going to stand there and tell you geofencing. No, no, we don't even understand it. We do, sir. We know what we read in those documents. Anyway, in rant. Look at that beautiful home. It's pretty, right? Look at the little sun behind it, just beaming through the little trees and shit. You can sit outside and just touch nature. Paradise Ranch. Look, she was living the life. She'd done her salon thing, and now she's got her house, and she's chilling in the cottage. People come and hang out in her house and like pay to do it. Shit. You can't see it? Hold on. I'm sitting here like describing it. I look over and Jet's like, can't see the pictures. Sorry, Jet. Thank you. Look, isn't it pretty? Okay, this is the article. You can put up a fence. This is like, I'm going to describe the geo fence, right? You can see, hang on, y'all can see it coming up now. Look, everybody's letting me know now. Thank you, thank you. It's up on my end. I'm looking at the phone trying to see if it'll catch up. I'm seeing two different versions of my stream. There we go. Y'all let me know when y'all can see it in chat. Sorry about that. My mods are trying to warn me. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Butterfly. I just saw that too. Okay, y'all can see it now. Cool. See, it's pretty, right? Hawkeyes, give it a second or refresh maybe. I got it. Others, y'all let us know. Rebecca can see it, I think. Okay, cool, Hawkeyes. Now y'all can see? All right. Now we're cooking with the Crisco, as my granny used to say. And look, they got these cool little wood benches sitting outside even, and that pretty wraparound porch going on. It is pretty. And so there was a cottage there on the property as well, which she lived in alone. And then this is what she rented out, right? This was the venue slash vacation thing that she rented out. Okay, so they're going to describe what they did. They're using this new technology known as geofencing, and they're going to put up a geofence around the property. He says you can put a fence, a virtual fence around an area, a house, a property, and Google will track the Google accounts, emails, or cell phones that come within that fence in a given period of time, said the prosecutor. In order to obtain Google geofence information, search warrants need to be written and served upon Google for a very specific time period, right? So they hone on they have to get their time period down pat, and they have to ask for those specific time periods. And that's all they'll get pertaining to that information. So if your guy's 30 minutes out of that, Or an hour? Oh, well, could you imagine being the investigator trying to guesstimate the time you need to put on that warrant? That's not funny, but damn, that'd be kind of stressful, kind of think of it. What if you fuck up and do that, right? You're an hour off and it changes everything. Wow. Mm. Is there a way to get a preview? Can we get a preview? All right. So here he is, Carlo. It allowed investigators to identify any devices that entered Woodrum's house on the night of her disappearance. So they were looking really hard at her main right there, her home too. Any devices that entered her house, remember, note that. This led then to Carlo Fuentes Flores, who was part of a painting crew that was contracted out for renovations at Paradise Ranch. Now it says they had like a little friendship, and she would make tamales and give them to him, and she would cite Bible verses with him because she's a Jehovah Witness, right? She's doing her thing. Yeah, so he knew her in that nature. He or other than just painting when needed over there at the big Victorian house. Okay. Police followed him and surreptitiously pulled his DNA off a Coke bottle that he drank from at a restaurant. They found the DNA matched the DNA found in Woodrum's on the night that she went missing. Y'all wonder if they get a suspect in Guthrie's case? Are they going to follow him? Try to get that damn? You know they are, because there's not a doubt in my mind. Well, we know they were when they were trying to watch Koberger up there in Pennsylvania to snag some DNA. He was doing all he could to hide it, and they just got his daddy's. It didn't quite work out. In a subsequent interrogation, Flores admitted to essaying Woodrum at the ranch while intoxicated and suffocated her with a pillow to cover up the assault. Now, he initially told the police guys that he had been over there, and then when he went to leave, he accidentally backed over Miss Nancy Woodrum, and he panicked. So he put her on the truck and drove away to dispose of her elsewhere to conceal what he had done, right? So there you go. That they're using those things to compare the two cases. Given their age, it was SA, the body taken with the person to conceal what they had done. Okay. But she knew this guy in a way, right? Miss Woodrum did. Now he was married. Carlo was married. He had a family. I heard the jailhouse call where he called his wife and was apologizing to his wife. And she was like, well, what the hell? Why do you do this? She sounded like a really sweet lady, and I felt so bad for her when I was listening to that thing. It was crazy. And it was wild. It turns out that Carlo wasn't quite the family man everybody thought he was. He had this thing for older ladies. He had had it for quite a while, and he had been acting on it and doing the different, meeting with older women, and he just decided he liked Miss Nancy Woodrum in that way as well. So there was a hit, you know what I'm saying? So that now if you're going to do your perpetrator analogy, whatever you want to call it, try to get a fix on this guy. They say it's one of them serial people. But this guy had never committed a crime. He had never been accused of, essaying anybody else or coming at women the wrong way, whatever. He come off as this, family man guy. But anyway, they found him because of geofencing. Yeah, the phone number. I think his phone got left at her house in the heat of everything or whatever, and him getting her and trying to get her in the truck. So when they figured out who owned that phone number, I guess the geofence warrant showed the information of who owned that phone. Then they began to follow him and gained his DNA, and it matched the DNA in the house. That's how he got caught. So that's where your geofencing comes in. If you're within that geofence warrant, they got your name attached to that number unless you're on a burner. Not me. Got to do the dishes, but still listening. Appreciate you. I hear you. We all got to do them dishes. It's got to be done, right? The geofencing worked in this case. Oh, right, Rachel? In the same year. What month was this, Rachel? February? What? No, that's February 22. Something else. I was like, how many months did it take it to improve? Right? Ugh. Okay. He pled not guilty, though, despite his previous confession, admissions of guilt to his wife in a recorded jail calls and an apology letter. So when he finally got, confronted, hey, we got your DNA and all the things, and he admitted to what he had done, and then he admitted he had lied about how he killed her or why and what all happened. As soon as he takes them to Miss Nancy's body, which was about an hour away from where they found her clothing down the road from where she lived, her body was like an hour away from her home, basically. And as soon as he did that, he wrote an apology letter to the family. The defense argued that any previous claims of guilt were forfeit, as there should have been a Spanish translator present. Mind you, this man was an American citizen. During the police interview with the Mexican-born Fuentes Flores, as his first language was Spanish. And when I listened to the calls between him and his wife, he had they both spoke very well, fluent English. I mean, they didn't skip a beat with their English. Flores had taken a slow plea that allowed him to appeal his conviction built in, but it was denied by the California Court of Appeals. Okay, cool, good. So bastard don't need to get out what he did to Miss Nancy Woodrum. She was a good lady, man. She had it going on. She was fucking living her life, living her retirement, man. And done the hair all her life, chilling out in her cool house. Jesus Christ. So what do y'all think? The difference is he didn't come masked at the night, masked up and all the things and we don't have any evidence yet Miss Nancy Guthrie was essayed. And he didn't want to be caught for what he had done, period, including murder, right? So he took her because he panicked. So they're saying the guy at the door did the same thing. Okay, well, what was he doing there to start with? Okay, I get you. He panicked. In the panicking way, I better take her with me to cover all the evidence. And only reason to do that would be SA, according to the experts. So I don't think I can get behind it, though. I don't really see a lot of the comparisons there. Now, there was also the charging document is out there. There's information on the DNA that was found. You know what I'm saying about the handprint and the blood. What evidence they did have, but this guy wasn't in CODIS. So all the DNA in the world from the crime scene they had back in 2018 didn't do any good until they got that name out of that geofence warrant from that phone they couldn't identify, right? That they found. So you heard it. You heard him speak the English just fine too, Rachel. Let's see. I got oh wait, that's not it. Oh, never mind. Hold on a second. I gotta find it. Damn it. They're putting notes in my way of what I'm doing here. Okay, concentrate, girl. I got to get up and get some more coffee. That's what it is. All right, here we go. I think the ABC thing has like the trailer for the their special, and that's what I'm gonna pull up. Okay, I think it's in this one. Yeah. So this is the ABC News again that's going to be coming out. It came out it premiered March 13th, and here we are on the 21st. So it's out there, guys, if you want to go check it out. It's called 2020, The Vanishing of Nancy Woodrum, and it premiered March 13th over on ABC. And then I think it's available on YouTube now. Is it not, Butterfly? I can't remember. Okay, so let's see if this will work. Is this going to play? Can we see it? Okay.
This killing is haunting and chilling in a way that I'll never forget. You never know when evil is going to happen.
It's called Paradise Ranch.
It's honestly like a fairy tale.
Paradise Ranch seemed perfect, welcoming and just charming.
In the middle of all this beauty, something ugly took place.
When I look back to my wedding weekend, I just think about the tragedy.
My mom had not shown up for a Bible study. There was a stain on the carpet.
Splatter on the walls.
There seems to be blood all over her pillow.
We have a special circumstance murder case.
You would think someone would hear a scream or something. No witnesses heard a thing.
It was horrible. The house turned into a crime scene. There's helicopters, there's dogs, and I freaked out.
My jaw really hit the floor.
All of my best friends who were staying at the house.
Potentially people that could be suspects.
This is like an Agatha Christie novel, like a classic whodunit.
A whodunit. I could literally see my heart beating in my shirt.
The all-new 2020 true crime murder mystery, Friday night on ABC and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
See, I forgot about that. She actually had guests inside that home at the time she was murdered. So can you imagine being the police to show up when a family member calls you and you show up on the property and there's like a house full of people? I think there was like 20 people there at least for like a bridal party or a wedding party. Was it a wedding party? I can't remember. Don't quote me. Yeah, this was in 2018. Is that what somebody's asking there, Rebecca? Yeah, it was. She was reported missing May 5th, 2018. And what day was old Carlo arrested? Let me pull up Carlo details here. The deets on you, dude. Sick old bastard. Oh, Carlo. I think this is from the district attorney's office information. Let me get this up here. Okay. So again, he was arrested. He was booking photo. It was over 7 months before they got him, when they finally got the geofence warrant. So they didn't even get that warrant right away, guys. Think about that, right? The shit was so new, and the technology they were, embarking on there with that, using Google in that way. Anyway. So here he is. He was found guilty. Carlo Alberto Fuentes Flores. I hope I didn't mutilate that, guys. Found guilty of murdering Nancy Woodrum of Paso Robles during the commission of y'all can, I don't, YouTube will get all mad if I be like big girl and use real words. He was sentenced back in February 2022. So, took a couple of years there. His attorneys, I guess, put up a good fight. So the district attorney announced today that jumpity jump. Carlo was convicted of murdering Nancy Woodrum by the Superior Court Judge Timothy Covello, who presided over a court trial after Flores waived his right to a jury trial. Judge Covello also found true the special circumstance that the murder occurred during the commission of attempted commission of the crime of RSA. Let's say that. On May 5, 2018, Miss Woodrum went missing from her Paso Robles home, sparking an extensive 6-month missing persons investigation by San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office. In November 2018, Flores was identified as a suspect and brought in for questioning. He had been hired to paint Woodrum's deck in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. After lengthy interview, Flores led investigators to the victim's remains in a secluded area off Highway 58 in a rural eastern part of the county. This conviction will not bring Miss Nancy Woodrum back, nor will it lessen the grief of her loved ones, said the district attorney. This, however, is a critical step towards achieving an appropriate punishment for the predator who is responsible for her brutal murder. This conviction was only possible because the immense amount of diligence and unwavering professionalism to the sheriff's office investigative team. Our hearts remain with the Woodrum family and her loved ones who are suffering the pain of her loss. The lawful sentence for this crime is life in prison without the possibility of parole because of the special circumstances that was alleged and proved that he committed murder during the essay or attempted essay. Flores is scheduled to be sentenced on February 24th, 2022 in Department 7 at the Superior Courthouse. The case investigated by the County Sheriff's Office with the Assistant District Attorney, the Bureau of Investigation, is prosecuted by the DA there. So yeah, he got life without parole. That's what he got. For no reason, went in there and harmed that lady. Harming them in with the SA way is totally bad enough, and then you're going to murder as well. I mean, jeez. Is that it, Butterfly? You got a link to the video in there? What is it? Okay, Forrest has got a link in there too. Thank you guys. Yeah, I got maybe y'all got the ones. I know that there was some links out there like to the main one, but I just can't play that one here because they'll get me on a thingy. What do you call that? Copyright stuff? Those main networks will do that every time. Yeah, they're exactly, Happy. There are sickos on the loose, and people, are like, y'all can't. Why can't you? People, I think they thought we couldn't wrap our heads around this. Could have been an essay thing with Miss Nancy, but it just didn't make sense, right? Is an essay guy going to show up at the door trying to steal cameras and doing all these things? It just was weird, right? It just didn't make sense for this case, and to me, it still don't. I see coincidences about those two cases, Woodrum and Guthrie, but that's it. Taken from their home, older. It's 62. I mean, come on. How elder is that for, I guess, and then 84, I don't know. But that's what Ashley Banfield's theory is. I'm clocking everybody's theories right now. All these people who are trying to show me the way, trying to explain it all to us. I'm like, I'm having a blast doing it, evaluating stuff lately. That's what I've done over the last couple of days. Yeah, families and loved ones. I mean, can you imagine what they're... I wonder, because, we haven't seen any more videos from Savannah Guthrie, guys, in a while. And we know she's made her way back, home. And I don't know her comings and goings, and I'm not one to judge for them. She does have a life and a home and children, and I'm sure there were things that needed to be attended to. And if you're not out or able to or need to go out physically looking, at some point you got to go take care of stuff. Who knows all the back and forth she may be doing right now? We don't know. Her and her brother, he don't live there either. We can't forget that. It's not all about Savannah Guthrie. It may be in the end, but in reality, it's not all about her. In fact, it's about Miss Nancy. And I wonder what kind of show we're going to see here in a little bit from this KVOA. I think a lot of people may be trying to stream it. I don't think we're going to have any issues with it, and because it's local like news, and they know people are tuning in because it's they put out that the Guthrie family will have a statement, right? So in a minute, I think that's due like at 8:30, so we can have some conversations in the meantime. Now look, guys, I'm gonna be maybe tomorrow. I want to have a show and just kind of look at different things with this case, right? There's a couple of new people I've been like checking out with opinions about the Nancy Guthrie case, or weighing in with their certain specific types of expertise. And so I've been like really like wanting to dive into the map, right? Because I'm beyond trying to figure out this dude at the door, because right now that dude at the door is annoying me, and I'm not convinced he's still on this earth for some reason. It depends on which theory. Well, actually, either theory, that could be a possibility, come to think of it. If you know too much, you know too much. Ooh. That would apply if it was a kidnapping. I'm going to go down theory rabbit holes. What I just said would apply if it was a kidnapping. If you know too much, you know too much. You're a liability, especially when we found out they actually have an image of you at the door. Oh, how much of a liability did that person become that day? Because we're told over and over more than two people, but we don't have to be told that to believe it, because I think a lot of us can get there as well if we evaluate. Because with true crime and with a crime in general, you really have to put yourself in the criminal's shoes, and what would they do? How would they do it? If you stood there in that yard and looked around at the environment, would you just balls to the walls up to that house as fast as you could and rattle on that steel door? Or would you go, where's my easiest way in and easiest way out? Or think about it like that, right? If we start thinking about it in those terms, what can we figure out, right? And right now, nobody can figure out why we don't even got a car of interest, and that bothers me. Why don't we have a car of interest? I get the houses are far back from the streets, but man, we got intersections at every location on the way out of this community, right? So there's been some people put some work into that, and I want to review that part of it. All Eyes did a great thing with a GitHub, and what's his name? Morgan Wright. He's an accident. I don't really know his whole title, so don't quote me. He's been on a couple of shows lately. He's got a Substack, and I heard Enton mention that, yeah, your Substack about that was great. And I was like, oh, wait, what? Excuse me. And I hit rewind, and I listened again, and then I went and found it. I was like, okay, cool. So I got that. He's got a cool map, right? So he talks about that part. I was like, thank goodness I'm finding stuff like that to talk about, because that's about my jams. I want to figure some stuff out. Because if we can figure out, we can't figure out, of course, but if we can come up with where would they go, right? And why don't they have a car of interest? Is it really because they don't record, these cameras are useless and they don't record anything, right? We've heard that. They don't record anything. I've heard the DOT cameras do, but I don't know, are they going to be located at the street leading out of Nancy's neighborhood? No. Out on the highway? Yeah. Interstate? Yeah. Interstate would be important, but we got to see a car getting to the interstate, right? To know it went to the interstate. And where would you go when you got there? That kind of thing. Now, I will say this, I believe that his evaluation is going to be this guy's from South Tucson, the South Tucson area, which would fall in line with the Mexican carry theory, right? The way he carried his gun the way he did. If y'all, so that's out there too. That had came out a while back, right? During the beginning of the case, people were like, he's the strange way he's carrying his weapon, and some are saying that's how the cartel carries weapons and all that. Well, it's called the Mexican carry, but I always automatically, when I saw that, I was like, to me, he needs to be, he wants to be hands free. He's got a light in his mouth. I mean, he wants it to be seen, right? And easy to get to if we don't even know if it's loaded. If he is aware of if it's targeted, then he's fully aware of who he's going in there for, right? An 84-year-old woman. Now, remember, back in November when Savannah did that piece that at home or whatever with the mom, and they were at the Mexican restaurant back in Tucson, that was back in November of 2025, right before Christmas. Miss Nancy went missing not really a few months after that, right? Another month, February 1st. So you can see what she looks like, is my point. Back in November, compare that to just February 1, Miss Nancy was fine, right? So if it was targeted, he knew her demeanor at this point. If it's a random guy who got lucky, as some are suggesting, that it turned into a crime of opportunity because the door was unlocked. A door was unlocked. And something happened that triggered the person to take the person. And I'm like, well, I don't even know if that makes sense. Did Miss Nancy leave the sliding door unlocked? Yeah, well, apparently there's a good chance of that going around. Like, it's like a fever. But I don't know if we can blame unlocked sliding doors. They seem to be easy to penetrate. So we got to figure that out too. Y'all secure them damn doors. Right. Hey, Kelly, welcome in. Yes, a little bit of information is not going to hurt. We don't need that close to the vest, make it or break it shit, right? We get it. We need something, though, at this point. You could clarify a few things. Certainly could do that. That was always my biggest pet peeve with them. Y'all could clarify a few things. If y'all don't want the rumor mill and the chaos to run amok, sometimes just come out and say a couple things. I think the other day I even said the FBI, I know you're not going to, but it's time for a press conference, right? What about these thumbnails? These people y'all see on the thumbnails, who are they? Have you identified them? Are they the pool people, the lawn guy, family members, or random crawlers in the night like we see 2 miles away? Which is it? How many are back there at one time? Daytime, nighttime? What are we doing? We heard they were nothing suspicious. And then, lo and behold, nothing the night of. How do y'all know that? Timestamps? Is there a gap? Because you say the next day you got cops at the pool area. Timestamp, I guess? I mean, I know you can see the cops, so that would prove what time they were there. So do you see Annie rolling up to go look for Miss Guthrie? I know she did. Do you see that too on the camera? Do you got that on the thumbnail? See, I got a lot of questions. I feel like they should hold a press conference and let me ask questions. Y'all think they'll do it? Let me pose my questions. Y'all help me. We'll compile a list of questions that need to be answered that we feel like are simple. Was there forced entry? Well, that would tell us what if we knew that? If we knew how this person made entry, right? What would that tell us? If it was forced, would that be a slam dunk burglary attempt because they're breaking in? Or would that just be their only way in, regardless of why they wanted in? How do we, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, these profilers. I'm looking at y'all's chat for a minute, making sure I haven't missed anything. Okay, cool. Um, keep an eye on the time too. I don't know, man. We still got a whole lot of y'all. I can't believe really that it's been as long as it's been yet. I don't. I think a lot of y'all agree. Um, like tomorrow will be like day 50, right? Day 50. And what are we doing? How far are the investigators really? Where'd you take Miss Nancy? Where'd you go? Did you ever leave the neighborhood? I questioned that from the beginning when we didn't have a car of interest. Why would we not? I get in here, I get it, but what about out here? What about out here? You know, nothing. It takes so many minutes to get from here to here. Do we have anything that matches? Oh, y'all don't record shit. Gotcha. Bummer. Ugh, that drives me crazy because that would help so much. And then you think about it when you look at this, Miss Nancy in her sanctuary, right? Is just resting in her home in the middle of the night after an evening at her daughter's having dinner. And what it must have felt like to be awoken, in the middle of the night, to be taken the way she was. Taken, period. And turns out something happened on the way out because we see it and we don't take kindly to that shit either. That just made it worse, right? We're like, we're mad now. That's even worse. We see that. No, hell no. No, dude. Ugh, that's how we felt. That's how I felt. I think it's ridiculous. And then I got mad at the sheriff, the police people. When I saw how easy it was for Brian Enton to walk up there and he was shocked to see what I saw too, I was like, whoa, dude. Oh, Brian, I get you, man. Don't get too close. Shedding. You'll shed in there. You know. Lord. And we've heard that these, possible jammer situation, that the house behind Miss Nancy, 2 cameras, not the house over here to the left, but it's going to be back here at the back. I don't know if I have a photo of it back there. Is it in this one? Yeah, over here in the back corner. There's another house back here. So the front yard to that house really faces Nancy's backyard, right? And those 2 cameras allegedly were not working the night of the crimes. But there's a lot of brush in between right through here before. And if I pulled up the map, you would see that it's pretty good gap between the properties as far as the terrain there. But anyway, I don't know what it would have seen over in the backyard anyway. There's a lot of stuff in the way, right? There would have been a lot of stuff in the way. And then we know that they got rid of the back light. Somebody damaged the back light. We're just not sure how, when, all that stuff. And we don't see any damage to that blue door, right? To see any forced entry. We know it wasn't back here at this blue door because in the other images, you can see the whole door and there's no damage. There's no broken windows and none of that. It is the same with the other blue door on the back of the deck, and I don't think I have that picture up anymore on that one. There's nothing wrong with that door. It doesn't appear to be kicked in. Nothing wrong with the locks, and the windows are all intact on that door as well. And of course, on the front door, the only damage up there was the camera being taken off, pried off, smashed off. We don't know what the hell it got off. He got it off somehow. But, There's two key locks on that steel security door, and I still want to know, was that damn thing locked when they all arrived over there? Like when Annie got there, did she even open the front door? If you go in, if you're used to going into the garage, right, and you just run through the garage and you run through the house, Mama's not here. They say, if true, if that back door was really open, you run outside, or if you run through the house, she's not there. You run out back, she's not there. You call 911. Do you even open the front door yet? Do you think about it? To run out front, or do you run back out the garage and look? You know what I'm saying? Run around the whole property, but you come out of the garage or the back door or some shit. I don't know. When the cops got there, was that door locked, right? I don't know why I want to know that, but I do. And that was the police back at the guest house. They're down there at the slider door in there. Yeah, won't even release it. He says it's we don't none of our business. It's none of our business, Kelly. Whether it was forced entry or not. Okay, so is he afraid we're going to run with the or not part? You know what I mean? Well, if it wasn't forced entry, well, there's a possibility we had an unlocked door, sir. I mean, she's 84. There is a possibility. Come on, I'm not naive. I doubt it, but it's a possibility. Possibility I might leave one unlocked too, but I doubt it. Or did they have a way in already, right? Is he scared we're going to ask questions? That's it, Kelly. He's scared to ask questions. You damn right we're going to ask some questions, sir. I had to sneeze, sorry. That came out of nowhere. Okay. I'm going to go pull up the KVOA in a sec. Yeah, he is frustrating. He's supposed to speak tonight, right? Or I guess do a little interview or be a part of this new special they're going to have at KVOA. And I wonder if somebody's watching that. We know somebody's responsible, but will they be watching? What kind of message will be received or perceived? Oh, Lord. Then I have to ask then that psychologist part wants to kick off. Was that going to be triggering to them or not? Or is it going to hit that empathy chord they're hoping to strike? I hope it's the latter, right? But I have to wonder, depends on who I'm dealing with. Psychopath, they may not. God, Lord, there's a lot to unpack with that shit. Bothers me. I don't know who we're dealing with, and I can't base it off that damn guy at the door because I don't know why he was there. And I don't know if somebody put him up to be in there, right? I feel like, well, I feel like he was put up to be in there, no matter which theory I roll with. Well, unless it's the third theory that, yes, it was burglary gone wrong. Okay. Then yes. But the other two, no. So they haven't started this special yet over here called Bring Her Home. I'll show you guys the KVOA here. Oops. Why is that like that? Let me get rid of, hang on. Okay, now let me do it this way. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay. Hold, are you still here? Hold on a minute. Butterfly, where are you? Are you coming? Are you able to come up now? Come on up if you're able to come up. I just now noticed that, but I don't see you. Decoy, not ploy. uh, okay, let me now. What had I done wrong? Oh wait. It's telling me I got, let me do something here. It's telling me I got something open that I don't mean to have. Oh wait, no. That was the wrong button. All right, you need to go. All right, now, hang on, butterfly, because some weird shit was happening. The other day, Restream was acting weird. Okay, okay, I think it's fixed now. Okay, now let me go get their YouTube up. It'd be interesting to see what the family has to say. Kind of see how they're doing. You know what I mean? And the damn word salad of it all. And will we get any other new information out of this, right? What is the point? I get it. The family wants to come out and say thank you and all the things and plead for their mother. I get that. But what else are we going to learn, right, about this investigation and how you're going to find Miss Nancy? Because that's what matters. Okay, there we go. So there it is. Bring her home. The disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Say it starts in like 60 seconds. So let me pull it there. I'm going to keep an eye on it from the side over here. Once it starts up, I'll pull it back up. That way it doesn't act a fool on me. Mm. Okay. All right. So I'm able to keep an eye on it and then I'll bring it up when it's time. So what do you guys think? Do y'all think we'll learn anything new that they may or may not have? Or will the sheriff, well, he's not going to take any questions. And I doubt this news team will have any hard driving. Well, if they have some questions, they'll be super polite about it, right? Instead of like bulldogish about it. Like give us some answers and poke holes in his story. Mm. You've got a nice Corvette, sir, and a really, really nice house. Really, really nice stuff. And a big ass ego to match. Can we throw that in there? Because I'm tired of that ego thing. I feel like that ego got in such a way of this case and did such a disgrace to Miss Nancy over a man's ego from the get go. Whoa. Jesus, they had a 5-minute timer start and it was super loud in my headphones. Sorry, guys. Like that about blew me away. Okay, so they got a clock counting down. They're counting down. Yeah, he's trying. They got that. Well, Kelly, you think they'll get the recall? Think they'll get enough signatures to get the recall on the sheriff? Has the town had enough? Has the department as a whole had enough? Apparently so, according to the numbers, right? Apparently they've had enough of you nanos, nano. Such a strange little man. I found it, when he came out and started crying, uh, you're supposed to be a man and be the sheriff and be tough and go find her. But I be sympathetic at the same time. Turns out he was just feeling all emotional because his brother was also, passing away and stuff. I was like, damn. And then you find out all the other stuff. Releasing the crime scene when he did, not taking the stupid mat, didn't take the vines. He didn't do a lot of nothing, did he, y'all? Oh my God. See, I could go on and on. Okay. They are getting ready to start in about 3 minutes. Yeah, just over 3 minutes. It'll start up. I have it on mute because it was loud, guys. Oh, right, Kelly? You're in Arizona, but just not in Tucson. Oh, man, sucks, right? Damn it. Damn it, Kelly. Well, nothing you can do about it now, right? Yeah, we can't get away with that illegal voting stuff. No, we don't want no part of that. We'll be stooping to Nano's level. Who's keeping you in office, sir? I asked that question very early on when we realized there was a problem. I was like, damn, who's keeping you in office right now since you suck so bad and your department hates you? Who's keeping you there and why would they? Why would they? I got some ideas, turns out. Upon a little further research. Close to that border, we might have to do a special on that, see what we can come up with. We need to evaluate some things. We need to do a deep dive. It's been a minute. All right, I got a little over a minute to go, guys. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with me, guys. And, really, this is all about Miss Nancy. 49 days today, bring her home, right? Even, hopefully, you would think, but if somebody knew something, they would claim that $1 million tip, right? Reward. If I have to refresh it, I will, but we should be okay. Oh, cool, not me. You're back. Awesome. Perfect timing. Hawkeyes, I think so too. I agree. I think they'll get the signatures they need. I think it might be easy. It depends. I really don't know the pulse of the politics of the people. You know what I mean? What's like if that matters even, or if this has had where they've had enough, right? And they're going to back what all the officers are saying. Hopefully that's what happens, and they'll get enough people to sign. Okay.
Our community and the nation are rallying around her family to share messages of love and hope.
We have been praying from the start of this. It was just heart-wrenching just hearing about this.
Nothing really like this ever happens around here, so we're all praying.
A community united with one plea: bring her home.
Good evening, everybody, and thanks for joining us tonight for our special program, Bring Her Home, the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. I'm Sean Mooney.
And I'm Monica Garcia, and we are 6 weeks into this deeply troubling mystery. Investigators say 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, was taken from her home in the middle of the night. The case continues to shake our community and grip the nation.
Tonight, there are still no answers, no arrests, no motive, and no sign of Nancy.
Its sources close to the case tell us investigators aren't any closer to solving it. Nancy's daughter, Savannah, again on behalf of the family, reiterating an urgent plea for your help.
To bring her home.
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward, tell what you know, and help us bring our beloved mom home. Please be the light in the dark.
And a light in the dark is just what this case needs. Let's start by taking you back to the beginning. Nancy was last seen the night of January 31st at her home near Skyline in Campbell. She was dropped off there by her son-in-law at 9:48 p.m. after having dinner with family. By midday Sunday, Nancy didn't show up to watch church service at a friend's home. Her friend called Nancy's oldest daughter, who called 911. What began as a missing person search quickly turned into one of the most complex investigations our country has seen in years.
The Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos has given many interviews on the case, but this interview is a bit different. He takes us back to what he remembers about that day when she went missing, shares what's happened since, and has a message for the person or people who took her.
It started with a call.
Take me back to the night of Sunday, January 31st. When did you get the call that Nancy was missing?
My team had notified me of a missing person. Search and rescue was searching the area.
And we begin tonight with breaking news. The Pima County Sheriff's Department is looking for a missing woman tonight. Good evening.
And there were some concerns with what they were seeing at the scene.
And Skyline is where we are.
Investigators confirmed the missing woman was Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, a name recognized across the country and deeply rooted in the Tucson community.
I don't even know that I knew it was the Guthrie family until probably closer to 6, 7 o'clock that evening.
Miss Guthrie is the mother of Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie.
Within hours, the investigation was expanding, with the eyes of the nation watching.
The FBI was plugged in that Sunday. Monday morning, we got a quick briefing. They had processed the scene, and we knew we needed some help.
After the public appeal,
we do in fact have a crime scene. That we do in fact have a crime.
Area right outside of Nancy Guthrie's house.
Came press conferences, drawing hundreds of reporters.
We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local media.
A tip hotline was created.
I thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom.
Billboards went up in several states, but the decision to clear the crime scene, followed by renewed searches in the weeks after, has drawn criticism.
A major focus all of a sudden on the house again.
Though Sheriff Chris Nanos says he stands by the work of his investigators.
Sheriff, looking back at this past month in the investigation, did it go the way you wanted it to go?
Yes, absolutely. Here's the thing. I think somebody said, well, Sheriff, did you regret this? Look, I have no regrets about my team and their efforts. I don't regret we let the crime scene go too soon or any of that. That's just silly.
New FBI recovered
Then
video
10 days
of
later, the biggest break in the case, doorbell video released showing a suspect
with what appears to be a gun at Nancy Guthrie's home the night of her disappearance.
Today, it remains one of the key pieces of evidence investigators are still leaning on. But it's not the only evidence detectives are analyzing.
Cell phone data, pings, cameras. I mean, how much are you guys leaning into that information, that evidence?
You know, it could be a cell tower dump, could be analyzing the cell phone.
So there is still digital evidence that you guys are waiting on to receive?
Well, we're analyzing all the time, yes.
The sheriff says investigators have gathered a lot of information. They're just not able to share much of it publicly right now.
If you could talk directly to the person who took Nancy, what is your message?
Give her up. Let her go. Just let her go. Just take her to a clinic, a hospital. Drop her off. Just let her go.
And you've seen these photos before. This is the person that Sheriff Nanos is referring to. The FBI released these stills obtained from Nancy's Ring camera of a masked suspect at her front door. They believe this individual is a man between 5'9" and 5'10". You can see he's wearing gloves and a ski mask, carrying a black Ozark Trail hiker pack, and has what appears to be a gun on his waistband. Take another good look at these shots. If you have any information, reach out immediately to 1-800-CALL-FBI.
For weeks now, you've heard about the evidence, the tips, and the rewards, all focused on finding Nancy. But we don't think you've heard enough about who Nancy Guthrie is. News 4 Tucson's Andrew Capasso sat down with some of the people who worked with Nancy and want you to know the impact she's had in our community.
A big part of Nancy Guthrie's life in southern Arizona is anchored right here at the University of Arizona. From literally helping save thousands of lives over the decades to helping students in the communication industry.
I always think about Nancy as this quiet leader who was so effective without ever working at it. That's just the way she is.
Former Professor Jacqueline Sharkey worked with Nancy for decades.
She always has had superb communication skills, and she used those to help lead a couple of very important public health and education initiatives that we worked on together.
One project the two worked on, saving the Poison Information Center at the U of A, the place on the chopping block due to budget cuts. Sharkey says Guthrie got right to work.
Gathered more than 20,000 signatures that were delivered to the governor, and the Poison Center was saved.
She says while the work was not easy.
This is in the pre-internet days. So we're talking about brochures and fact sheets and petitions that a small group of people took all over the state.
The impact of that work continues today.
Thousands of Arizonans have benefited from the Poison Center in the 30 years since Nancy had a major role in leading it.
That impact is something Dave Coulier says he's also experienced. He worked with Nancy on the School of Journalism's Advisory Council.
She was a huge champion of journalism and the University of Arizona. She was looking out for everybody, all the graduates of the program, and frankly of the whole university.
He says Guthrie put passion into every project she touched.
There are a lot of people who wanted to get involved for resume builders or certain ego trips and that sort of thing, but not Nancy. She had a quiet power. I mean, she wasn't the loud, talkative person in the room. She was the thoughtful person who provided input when it was needed.
Now, as the tribute to Guthrie grows outside her home, Sharkey says she is not surprised.
It's all a sign of how much Nancy means to us and the enormous impact she had on the community and on our lives.
An impact she says everyone from her Catalina Foothills neighborhood to the U of A and beyond can all learn from.
She's a role model for how to live a life filled with meaning.
And one other thing Sharkey told me, for Nancy, she says it has never been about the credit, but always about the people. Sharkey says that selflessness is precisely why Nancy's impact is felt so deeply across Tucson today. Reporting at the University of Arizona, I'm Andrew Capasso, News 4 Tucson.
And after hearing that story, it is easy to understand why Nancy's sudden disappearance sent shockwaves through our community.
3 days after she went missing, Nancy's daughter Savannah turned to social media asking everyone to pray. So that's just what Tucson did.
Most merciful God, we pray for our sister Nancy.
We needed a place to come together, and so a vigil popped into my head, and I know both Nancy and Savannah are very faithful, and I just feel like even if people don't pray, I feel like people want to do something, and if they can come together and share hugs and share stories, then that might make it a little easier.
Sally Shamrell helped organize the vigil. She says she met Nancy through her daughter Savannah Guthrie, when the two were both young journalists at KVOA 30 years ago.
Welcome all of you who have come from the wider community for this vigil, for this time of prayer for Nancy.
Lupita Murillo is another former colleague who wanted to do something to send a message to the family that they weren't alone, and coming together was the way to do it.
Holding a vigil will make us feel like we're doing something positive. We're rallying around the family. We're asking God to please bring Nancy home.
Earlier in the week, Savannah had asked her social media followers to please pray.
We believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers.
And that's exactly what hundreds did at St. Phillips Church that night. They came from all over, many not knowing what to say, but others speaking out, praying for Nancy's return.
God is everything. I prayed for Nancy last night, and I assured her she's got this, she can do it, and we're behind her.
The church's pews filled with people holding candles, there to support the family and to pray for Nancy's return. Some who had never met her, and others who had known the 84-year-old for decades.
It's nice to show that Tucsonans are going to come out and support someone that the community loves.
And those two words, please pray, the plea sent out from Savannah Guthrie, certainly answered that night. Now, though, as the weeks have gone by, the faith shared that night and since remains as strong as ever. As Tucson continued their prayers, investigators continued their work to find Nancy. Sources say tips and cell phone pings led to raids conducted in both Rio Rico and Tucson. But they didn't give them the break they were hoping for. The first one, the night of February 10th, a man was detained in Rio Rico and questioned by investigators. Then on February 13th, police detained and questioned 3 people following a law enforcement operation near First Avenue and Orange Grove in the Shadow Hills neighborhood. No arrests were made in either operation. Evidence analysis in the Guthrie case has also proven to be futile so far. On February 11th, the first black glove was found in a field about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. On the 17th, the DNA was entered into a national database, CODIS, but came back with no matches. Then on March 4th, the DNA was traced to a restaurant worker who was not connected to the case. While that didn't bring any answers, detectives are still hoping surveillance video will. They're concentrating on this zone you see right here, bound by Campbell Avenue, Ina Road, La Cholla Boulevard, and River Road. If you live in that area and have video that shows anything out of the ordinary, you can find a link to share it with investigators on our website at kvoa.com/Nancy Guthrie. And as investigators continue to work the case, outside Nancy's home, a shrine in her honor continued to grow.
It started with a simple sign, "Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you." And over the next few days, the messages of hope and prayer continue to grow, along with candles and flowers. Among the chaos in front of the home and up and down the neighborhood street, the signs and other items, a constant reminder of the reason for it all.
We're praying to God that she is going to be returned to her family and she is safe and she's well. That is God's wishes, to have her return to her family back to Tucson.
Neighbors enduring the interruption in their daily lives in their once quiet Foothills neighborhood. Many stopping by now to show their support.
I just came to bring some flowers in support of Nancy and the Guthrie family, to show that we're coming together as a community.
But others coming from beyond Tucson to bring their message of hope for Nancy's return.
I live in Arizona, Mesa, and I came down to pay my respects. I'm still praying for Nancy's safe return.
All of those heartfelt messages heard and felt deeply by the Guthrie family. Savannah and her sister Annie, along with her husband Tommaso Cioni, returning to the neighborhood on March 2nd to meet with neighbors to thank them for their continued love and support throughout the search for Nancy. The 3 stopping by what has become a street-side shrine, representing the many praying for Nancy's return. Savannah and her sister carrying yellow flowers, overcome with emotion as they looked at the hundreds of messages and tributes left behind to honor their mom.
That neighborhood display remains a reminder of the never-ending support the Tucson community and people around the world have for Nancy Guthrie. And what investigators and the Guthrie family believe is that your tips are critical to finding Nancy. Tens of thousands of tips have already poured in from across the country, but we're still looking for that one clue that will break this case. The reward for Nancy Guthrie's return now tops $1 million. Much of that came from her family. But Michael Hoopy, a lawyer from Wisconsin, added $100,000 of his own money. The FBI says they alone have received more than 25,000 tips, and at last report, 88 Crime reports receiving nearly 2,600 tips. Both are looking for more help to solve this case, and here are those tip lines again.
And at the heart of Nancy's disappearance is her family and her close friends. The heartbreak and desperation they are living through right now is felt in every message and video they posted to social media. They expected the national media to swarm Tucson once word got out about Nancy's case, but what came with it was a destructive group of profiteers, and the collateral damage has been far-reaching.
Call the cops on you and get you cited. Get out of here.
For 6 weeks, Nancy's neighbors witnessed firsthand the media taking over their neighborhood.
At members of the media, hundreds of people. I tell you, it keeps growing out here.
Journalists reporting on the daily updates of the case, but soon came a different group of people, causing chaos in our town. From pizza deliveries to a crime scene to people showing up for photo shoots outside of Nancy's home. People even asking to sit at the same table the Guthrie family sat at when they were together at a restaurant last fall. Local leaders say these scenarios didn't just cross the line. It may have made things worse.
I wish that there were, we stopped having these sort of people that have a following in media platforms acting as if they are investigators. I do think that it is hurting the investigation.
Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva says in at least one case, a name shared during a live stream led to threats.
He was threatened, his family was threatened because they heard by a reliable source.
Then came the false accusations directed at members of the Guthrie family and friends, blatantly accusing some of them of being involved in Nancy's disappearance in the midst of their most intense time of grief.
People that, in my view, have taken sort of a shameless, shot across the bow of decency for this community, for those families.
These kinds of erroneous reports, comments, and posts have damaged reputations and are ruining the lives of innocent people. One of them, local band member and family friend of the Guthries, Dominic Evans, told the New York Times his life has been turned upside down after being linked to the case.
The typical consequence for a journalist that has defamed someone is the news station or newspaper gets sued. If they lose, an insurance company for that journalist is going to have to pay a judgment. You can't successfully sue YouTube itself or Facebook itself because there's federal law that protects that platform.
With both platforms and those creating content on them hard to hold accountable, the damage their content may cause can be immediate and lasting.
Horrifically damaging to people that are falsely accused, for example. Why? Well, in the modern age, you now have a scarlet digital letter, right? There may be vigilante justice, people giving out your home address, your phone number, your loss of privacy.
And unfortunately, these reckless reports continue to this day. They have devastated the Guthrie family and their friends, adding to their pain.
Even in the midst of all of this, there have been moments of light, though. One of them, a call to our newsroom from a woman compelled to help. News 4 Tucson's Robbie Reynolds joins us now with that story.
It all started with one yellow ribbon, and then dozens more, handmade and sent to Tucson, the woman who made them, calling them ribbons of hope. And they're already being worn by employees here at El Charro, where Nancy Guthrie had lunch with her daughters just 5 months ago. Yellow ribbons, a symbol of hope.
I was saying we just hope that it brings awareness to the public, to just as media slows down, to remember to keep a watchful eye and ear out, and just to remember that she's still missing.
For Melanie, it's a labor of love. She and her friend Regina started making ribbons in 2003 when Lacey Peterson, a pregnant California mom, went missing. They made more when Natalie Holloway disappeared, and for others, until it became too much for two people.
I've been praying through every ribbon I make for answers.
Compelled by Nancy's story, Melanie started making ribbons again, and she sent the first batch to us here at the station. Word of the ribbons coming to Tucson touched Ray Flores, the president of Flores Concepts and C. Charro. We gave his restaurant family the first shipment. This is the first time Flores has spoken publicly since Nancy's disappearance.
When we realized it wasn't just a simple lost person issue, the severity of it really kind of hit home because she had just been here a couple months before with Savannah filming an episode for the Today Show.
While he didn't know Nancy personally, Flores says he saw the closeness between her and her girls in his restaurant the day of the shoot.
You could tell they were a very loving family, and whenever you have that kind of pain hit, it does. It affects you because you can feel it in your own community, in your own heart.
For his employees, Ray says wearing Melanie's ribbons offer hope and remind us that Nancy is still out there, along with others that are missing. He believes as a community we can all help by remaining vigilant, and he wants to emphasize that for both English and Spanish speakers.
If you see something, say something. Si ves algo, diga algo.
Omar works at El Charro and was there when the Guthries visited in October. He and other El Charro workers support the ribbon campaign.
We're still supporting them and we're still thinking about them every single day.
We have a lot of people coming through here, so the more awareness we can create, the better.
And that awareness is already starting to spread among El Charro's customers.
It's a great program to have that, to stay united, to create something positive of something that's actually very sad.
A small ribbon that has the capacity to make a big difference.
If we can communicate a message of hope, then that's the only and best tool for all of us to be part of.
Employees at all the El Charro restaurants will soon be wearing these yellow ribbons of hope. As more on the way, Melanie has already made a second batch and they will be distributed throughout our community. Reporting from El Charro downtown, Robbie Reynolds, News 4 Tucson.
And from yellow ribbons of hope to the bonding between neighbors.
More than 6 weeks after Nancy disappeared, her Catalina Foothills neighbors say they've been leaning on each other for support. News 4 Tucson's Andrew Capasso joins us from there now with that story.
The most striking difference here outside Nancy Guthrie's home is the silence. Just weeks ago, this street would be lined with headlights and taillights. But now, while most of those news cameras are gone, the people who live in this neighborhood say it is forever changed.
This is a very safe, bucolic, beautiful place.
For 6 years, Jeff Lamy has called this Catalina Foothills neighborhood home. But he says what happened at this house, not far from his, has shaken everyone here.
I think it's disconcerting that this occurred, obviously, and we're so concerned about the family and supporting that family.
And thinking more about how to keep safe, both at their own homes.
Maybe people are more apt to lock their door or ensure that that camera is operational, you know, that you've charged that battery.
And as a community.
There's been talk of reinvigorating a neighborhood watch.
But beyond those measures, many people who live in this neighborhood have been doing important work to help find Nancy. What you may not know is a network of neighbors here have played an integral role throughout this investigation, working behind the scenes to gather camera footage from each other's homes, cross-referencing that footage and getting it to law enforcement. It's part of a neighborhood action group which formed early on in Nancy's disappearance. One member of the group tells us that's our recipe. So far, we haven't found Nancy, but we can help law enforcement by being targeted. We let them decide what is actionable. The group continuing their work, they call it the recipe for being helpful.
The best thing you can do for safety is create awareness, create connection with neighbors.
One neighbor who asked us to protect her identity says what happened to Nancy is bringing neighbors closer.
There's a sense of what now out here. We need to rely on each other, and I've seen a lot of that in these past few weeks. More checking up on people and more making sure everyone's okay.
She says it's helping the neighborhood heal.
Before this, we didn't know each other. Now we know a little more about each other, and we know we're in this together.
Something Lamy says is critical.
Absolutely. You know, it's a silver lining to a very dark cloud.
While hoping for the answer to questions so many are desperate for. What happened and why?
Because this was a shocking event.
And there is still a lot of healing to be done here. And neighbors say they're still fearful, and they will continue to be until they get answers in this case. Reporting in the Catalina Foothills, I'm Andrew Capasso, News 4 Tucson.
Thank you, Andrew. For our team here at News 4 Tucson, the story hits home. As we've told you, Savannah Guthrie is part of the News 4 Tucson family, having worked here as a news anchor on her way up to becoming the host of the Today Show.
Reporting on the disappearance of her mom has not been easy. Like the rest of the community, we wanted to find a way to show the Guthrie family our love and support and to provide a place for you to send a message of your own. We never expected the impact our tribute would have.
Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help.
Bring her home. Part of a message Savannah Guthrie posted on social media. It was a direct plea to those who were involved in her disappearance to let her go. But it was also a call for others to keep praying for Nancy's return. Those three words becoming the theme of the banner. We weren't quite sure how the community would react, but soon they started to come. Some to sign the banner, leaving messages of hope and support. Others leaving flowers and candles, each expressing their concern and love in their own way.
Our hearts are in it, and she's always on our mind. So
the candles right here, the heart we made, all the names on the candles. To me, it's showing hope, it's showing love, and it's showing humanity.
And all coming by for the same reason.
Just to show my presence and support so the family knows that they're not alone and there are people that do care.
And for many, without even having met the Guthries, they still feel connected.
It doesn't cost to care for people, and I care for the Guthries. They're from here. Savannah grew up here. They're ours.
And now, as the days have turned into weeks since the search began, keeping hope alive is more important than ever.
Hopefully, by doing this, it's still showing people out there that we care. It's showing people out there that just because the sheriff's not at the house anymore, just because there's not a whole group of people at the house, or you don't see stuff all over town anymore, we're not forgetting Nancy.
And tonight, the Guthrie family has a message for you, Tucson.
We are deeply grateful for the outpouring from neighbors, friends, and the people of Tucson. We are all family now. We continue to believe it is Tucsonans and the greater Southern Arizona community that hold the key to finding resolution in this case. Someone knows something. It's possible a member of this community has information that they do not even realize is significant. We hope people search their memories, especially around the key timelines of January 31st and the early morning hours of February 1st, as well as the late evening of January 11th. We desperately ask this community for renewed attention to our mom's case. Please consult camera footage, journal notes, text messages, observations, or conversations that in retrospect may hold significance. No detail is too small. It may be the key. We miss our mom with every breath, and we cannot be in peace until she is home. We cannot grieve. We can only ache and wonder. Our focus is solely on finding her and bringing her home. We want to celebrate her beautiful and courageous life, but we cannot do that until she is brought to a final place of rest. Thank you for continuing to pray without ceasing. The Guthrie family. Cameron and Christine, Annie and Tommaso, Savannah and Michael.
An emotional plea exclusive for News 4 Tucson. A family grateful for your love and support while desperate to find their mom. A reminder that you can find those links to call in your tips at the numbers at the bottom of your screen.
Like you, we were all hoping, we're holding on hope as a community. We can all work together to help bring Nancy home. From all of us at News 4 Tucson, good night.
Yeah, it's not fair, you know. Whoever that was that took her, it just wasn't fair, because I'm not convinced that was even the person you intended to hurt. Some say it was targeted attack. Either way, it doesn't even matter at this point, does it? Doesn't matter anymore. Only person that knows is you. We're all just pissing in the wind, as they say. Meanwhile, yeah, I get that, squeaky wheel. Yeah, you know, we have a large reservation not far from where I live, and there's just certain things you can't do out on the res, right? They have their own laws, basically. So could be there's a lot of possibilities. We don't know why that person was there to even try to profile where the hell he came from, right? Or where he would have ran off to. This dude could have ran off to so many places by now. If you look at all the ways out of there, like for real, if you just stop and look at them and go, so take your fucking pick, throw your dart, right? And it depends on what are you escaping with, an alive person or a deceased person. You got to take an alive person somewhere to a stash place and then figure out what to do. If they're deceased, you got to dispose, right? There's decisions. Jesus. Oh. Did y'all notice that during the family statement, they specifically noted the date of January 11th? Got to go back and listen to it again. I was listening for things that might be said that were really, I expect the thank yous and that's common, right? Of course, we're going to say all those things. Of course, they're grateful and thankful. And call in your tips. Anything at this point seems to matter. Any conversations you may have thought were useless, it might not be after all, right? That person that quit coming to work, all the things to look for. Feels like they're grasping at straws a little bit too, which means they don't have a true lead on a person or a suspect. We've heard recently they don't even have a suspect. Not surprising, because we don't know what the suspect was yet, right? What the intent was yet to come up with a suspect. And y'all obviously have no evidence to tie to a suspect other than the guy at the door. But January 11th, anything you can remember, and also January 11th, right, Rachel? Rachel's calling it because it stuck out, right? It was like, what's so significant about that? Some of the stuff we can go like, okay, back part of the table, right? But this stays up front. That was one of up fronts, right? One of Rachel's up fronts. And they also talked like and it's not the first time that she spoke. She says, bring her to her final place of rest. So, there's any logical person's going to understand. There's a really good chance, 50-50 at this point, Miss Nancy's no longer with us. However it happened, accident, because of what happened that caused the blood, a cardiac episode, from the stimulation of being kidnapped and injured on top of that. That's enough to set you, you know what I mean? That's going to get your adrenaline going. Miss Nancy, what the hell? She's the one that was suffering that night, not any of us. Her family's suffering big time right now, more than anybody on the face of the earth. That family's the one suffering. But Miss Nancy's the one that has suffered the most. We've suffered through some painful coverage. Some painful discovery about a sheriff that's, I don't know, the rogue, is he a rogue sheriff? Can we even call him a rogue? Because he's not rogue. I feel like he's there for a reason. He's not like this, like, I'm a Billy Badass dude, because he ain't that, right? He is not that. He's not the Billy Badass type. He's the fling his hands in the air and I don't know type. What did y'all think about that? It was like a little piece of fluff, right? It was just like it's been 49, 50 days and they don't have anything, but I appreciate them honoring Miss Nancy, right? And showing us a bit about her. So, going back to that, Butterfly, are you able to come up? Do you want to come up for a little bit? That was cool. I think all of you agreed with that, right? That it was nice that they brought a part of Nancy into the program. They needed to personalize Nancy, especially if you want to get at the guy at the door. Damn it, man. we need to maybe, I mean, if he's cool, he's alive, even if he's not the mastermind or whatever, he still has information, right? And I get it, dude, you were there, and if you do anything, you're going to be busted. But there's a good chance you're going to be busted anyway, hopefully at some point. I don't know if the FBI, Rebecca, I wondered that. Why didn't the FBI, that's a great comment, why didn't the FBI take the mat? So my thought on it, honestly, they took a look at that shit. They saw what we saw, right? What's the point? But there's just still could have been a point, because you could have easily disregarded some of that DNA. Say for instance, Ruiz and Enton did shed some DNA out there. You could have swabbed those guys and moved along. They wouldn't have minded. Oops, we did walk up there, but the sheriff didn't, have it. They're like, we know. I think they would have done it. I don't know, but they could have gotten saliva. We've all talked about that here, right? Blood from Miss Nancy could have been on there as well, because it's right beside the damn rug. The vines are on top of the rug, which could also have saliva from him touching the bite light, touching things with his hands. His footprint could be on the damn mat. He walks all the way. He stands all the way on the mat. So has he got anything on his shoes on the bottom that can be deposited onto the rug that could give us any indication of where he came from, right? Is it going to match the desert out there? Soil testing kind of thing, shoe print impression, maybe. Who the hell knows? But I don't know why the FBI didn't take it. If they felt like it was too contaminated, maybe. That's the only thing I can think of. But I don't know. I don't know. Where's the Nest Cam holder now? They took it. You talking about the one at the front door? Hold on, I gotta make this larger. Let's see. So this, I don't have one after, but this was before, when they walked up there, and were realizing it was gone, the media, and they filmed it and photographed and all the things for us. That's what it looked like. That's over here in the right, just zoomed in on the bracket itself. And then we watched a video the other night of Megan Kelly's producer installing one of these and popping the camera in and out, and he showed us how he did it. It was crazy. It was just like the guy in the camera, almost. But anyway, they took it. Of course, the county cop, the sheriff's department didn't. The FBI did. Yeah, FBI took it. Hey, Carolina. Welcome in. I dropped the link in the chat earlier, guys, to the link to what we just watched over on KVOA, right? That was the direct link to the special they did tonight, if you guys want to go back and review it. I'm going to go review again the family's statement. I'm probably going to see if I can find it in print as well, because I need to examine it. That part of me has to come out. But there's so many mistakes that were early that were made, right? That could have really led to something. Because if they had taken that mat, damn, what could it have yielded as far as evidence, right? And then when we all saw the blood on the porch, and it's clear now. Oh, by the way, if those of you who've heard me talk about it, we've talked about this, the blood on the front porch. And the large circle is what appears to be, and even according to the blood spatter experts, is an aspiration. Now notice over there in the tinier, the smaller circles, especially that far left one, that debris or flower debris or whatever, vine debris, is on top of that blood. But we don't know if that happened after people walked around up there, or if the wind blew. There's no way for us to fucking know if the blood got there first or the vine. That's the point of that, especially in the second circle there in the middle, I guess would be the middle circle. You see a little that appears to be on top of the red blood as well. But this one, going to the cough or the aspiration, Joe Scott Morgan was talking on, I reviewed several things over the past few days that I'm making highlights that I want to talk about, but he was finally talking about this a little more. Remember Butterfly, and those of you who've been around, how close was Miss Nancy to the ground when this happened? Aspiration, right? Cough, sneeze. They're going with that. It's a cough or a sneeze, either way. And he finally said, in his thinking, 3 feet. 3 feet from the ground. Remember, we were like, did she trip? Did she fall to her knees? Was she bending over? Because there's some theorize she was carried out over her shoulder and it would have been deposited that way. Is that 3 feet? Are we really going to throw that old lady over our shoulders and risk breaking a hip? I mean, are we going to wrap her in our tarp and cradle her like a baby and carry her out? What are we doing? Barbaric. Anyway, 3 feet was his analysis there, Butterfly, which I found very interesting. Because I needed to know how close she was to the ground. Was she fully standing up? Did she walk out that front door, right? And was standing up when that happened? It didn't appear to me because it felt like it was closer contact. I don't know. That was my thought. But I heard him finally say 3 feet. And we all wondered early on when we saw that the authorities went back in and grabbed these damn cameras, right? We're like, oh yeah, there's cameras on the damn guest house. Wow. And the cops didn't take them. The county sheriff's department didn't take them. But the FBI did. And it's taken them all that. What date was that? Did they take those cameras? Let me see. Let me Google it. Can we do a quick Google search and find out? Was it the 3rd? Or wait. Don't even guess. Because it took them a minute, right, to get their thumbnails. Let's see. If it's do it like this, I want from the guest house. Wait. Oh. It was just in the first few days, wasn't it? Okay, let me see what it says here. Well, yeah, we know all that. That's not what I asked. This is not what I asked, by the way. Hang on. Let me do it this way. Let's see. It says it took roughly 10 days for the FBI to retrieve the initial doorbell footage. That would be from the front, right? The camera that they took and ran off with. That camera. To excavate or scratch the data, and we got the images of him at the door and the video, of course. But what day did they take those cameras off the guest house back there, the pool house? Pool house. Additional images. Let's see. That may not be it. It's when they're asking for it. Okay, whatever. I think it was like the 3rd. For some reason, that's sticking out in my head. But it took, like, the sheriff's office, and I asked a couple of questions, like with the mainstream media on Twitter, because they all pointed out, right, that they all kept pointing out the damaged floodlights in the backyard. So you're telling me this. Let me show you again. All right, so we see that. That's the guest house. You got to walk through this gate to get back there to the blue door where those lights are at, right? You gotta. You can't walk through Miss Nancy's house. You could walk through the other side, I suppose, around the poolway. You could come in that way. Let's see. There's other way. Okay, hold up. But you're going to be facing, there's that door. you'll face the front of that damn pool house, right? And guess what? There's cameras. Nobody saw them. Nobody reported on them. Nobody reported on it, y'all. All they reported on was the damaged floodlight. He was taking the Nest Cam off at the front door, and then the guest house had the 2 cameras that had the solar powered little things next to them. The FBI got on the roof and took those. Everybody reported on this light, and then, the next thing we know, see in the circle, there's the one that overlooks the greenery, and there's the back door to the garage, right? It's like a storage room in there, it says on the floor plans, and that light would have been right there at the door. But this camera overlooks the green yard, and the other one overlooked the damn garage parking. Now remember, they said these thumbnails show people in Nancy's yard, so that would be from this camera to see them in the backyard. And it also says, it shows the cops around the pool area. From this point right here. But here's an up close of the one that faces the garage and the parking pad, right? And that's going to see anything that comes in that driveway headed back toward Miss Nancy's garage. Anything. Right here. Here it is. There it is. It's parked right there in the circle. And it's right dead ass looking over the garage. It sees everything. So if your other camera can see people in the backyard and cops near the pool, does this camera right here see Annie come home that night? And does it see Nancy come home that night? Which I'm sure she did, not doubting it. And then you should see Annie pull up the next morning to come check on her. They haven't said a word about that. And no other activity from that one either. We don't see nobody around here messing around. Did they know that shit was there, right? They're like, we don't want to go on this side of the house. This side of the house is hot. Don't know if our jammer will work or not. It's a toss-up at this point. Maybe over here on this side. Just better, right? See that light right there beside Miss Nancy's sliding door? I have no clue if it worked or not, or if it was on. Let me see what y'all are saying in chat. I got some drone footage here. Let's see, Butterfly. I got a link to a drone footage. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I saved it for us so we could pull it up when we wanted to watch it. Like, I thought about it one night. I was like, hang on. Let me try to do a thing here. Let me see if I can... What did I do with it? I know what I would have done. Here it is. Right here. I don't know which one this is, guys. It's probably... yeah. Here we go. Let's pull this up. Thanks. Good call, Butterfly. Okay. So this is them gathering over here on the patio of the sliding door, right? So this will be one of the later drone footages when they went back, not one of the earlier day ones. But we'll see what all this one shows. We'll have to collect some of those drone footages, Butterfly, and make us a Discord channel for them so we can throw them in there, and then we can set them up on a little playlist to pull up, take a look at the surroundings. And they walked around this area hot and heavy too, around the front. So, and you'll see if it goes back like it should, like that probably enters right into Nancy's bedroom, right? And you would think the other one is the living room because the fireplace is on the other side of that wall. You can see fireplace. So living room, Nancy's master bedroom there on the other one. There's the green area behind the house, which the patio would overlook. There's the patio. They walked under the patio. There's the patio again. There's that blue garage door. He's walking over toward the pool house. That camera's gone in that shot, y'all. See? That was after the cameras were removed from the guest house. And there's that door, and the light is gone as well. Look, you can see it perfect from that shot. Oh, hang on. If I mess with it a little bit, it gets drunk, and it has to take a second. Every time. Every time. Act right. Okay, freeze. Yeah, okay. Look, that door doesn't appear to be damaged at all. Like, the windows aren't broken, but the light is gone. FBI took that because if it was broken intentionally by somebody, they could have left something behind, right? And they'd already taken the guest house cameras at that point. You can see it's not there anymore on the front or on the back. Okay, we'll continue it. That solar panel's still up there, right? Both solar panels, guys. See them? One here on the bottom, and then the other up on the corner, in the very corner at the top. You can see the solar panels. So they took the cameras down and left the panels. All right. Look. Now, some suspect the person came up from the back because the jammer would have worked and blocked the neighbor's shit. But that's risky because that's a cul-de-sac back there, right? Where are you going to park? What are you going to do? Is that where you're going to park and take her what, through this? We see what's behind her house right here. Are you taking her through this, even if you're carrying her? Because some guesstimate that he may have walked up on foot. Nancy Grace recently put out on what her latest shows that I was reviewing, because could be a stash house, which I didn't doubt. That's what she said. And they just walked to there. I'm like, walked to there? That's a bit much, Nancy. It's so easy to pull up to the front there in the dark and just do your thing. But okay. Possibility, I suppose. Hold on. Let me make sure I read that right, squeaky wheel. I'd be willing to wager Salty Sleuth's house that Nancy knew of the guy that broke into her house that night, even if just on a work crew. There's a good possibility somebody could have purposely set themselves up to work there, even, right? I could go, or they just accidentally stumbled upon her because of their work. And they also were into nefarious stuff, right? A little record here, a little record there, or maybe never got caught kind of thing, but trying to do the right thing, but maybe not. Could be all that. Could they be somebody familiar with the property, familiar with the home already? Remember, it doesn't take long to familiarize, because look, Koberger didn't arrive over there in Washington until what, July? By November, he knew the lay of the land really well. So how long would a person put into planning that? Did they plan it all, right? Did somebody just get lucky and on a whim found a door unlocked? Boom, it was on and stuff just happened and they got lucky? That's hard to believe, isn't it? There's the possibility that they did know her, though. And or that's, you know what else is really a good possibility, and we've discussed that here. Not really like somebody knew her that did something, but somebody who worked for her, but somebody they knew, right? That knew they worked for her and knew of her and her status and maybe the money and things like that. That's also a possibility as well. Especially if we're going with targeted. Oh shit, that scared me. Ow. I didn't realize there was noise. What the fuck? That was loud in my headphones, and it legit scared me. I had to put it on silent every minute, guys. So that looks like that's when the remember when the prosecutors were there visiting, getting the tour of the scene and the theory, right? They're getting the theory of what happened. right? It was planned, Hawkeyes. There's not a doubt about it. In my mind either. Carolina agrees. It was her kidnapping was well thought out. You think so? The kidnapper wanted everyone to believe and make it look like it was her daughter and husband, but in reality, it was a paid professional. You know, Carolina, you ain't you ain't wrong. They sit back and enjoy that, don't they? And how much of that is fed? Never mind. I get you. I see you. Explosion. So they're on the front porch showing them, this guy just crept up in the night right here on the damn porch. And remember, I showed a photo the other day. We were looking at the photos and that how close that truck was to that front porch, to that sidewalk, just up to the front porch. And look how there's a police truck right there. And remember, it's so dark out there. Everybody agrees. And if you're a crook in the night, schooled or not, are you going to run with your headlights on the entire time? You're going to kill those lights eventually, and you're just going to have to just fucking look hard because you're going to run a risk of being seen. And you do not want headlights shining up in somebody's bedroom. That's rude. And you would damn sure be noticeable out there where there's a noise pollution, light pollution. I can't say it. Oh my God. Pollution. Light pollution. No lights. And there's not really a lot of places to stake out and watch unless maybe you drive through. Would you risk walking through the neighborhood? Because people in neighborhoods know who walk through their neighborhoods on a regular basis, right? Is it risky to walk through the neighborhood one day? Just like stroll through in your beanie or your hoodie or whatever the hell. I'm going to notice you if you do that in my neighborhood and I don't know you. Oh, that was the end of that. I'm going to notice it. Squeaky, I get it. I don't know why nobody knows anything. What is your best theory? I don't know either. None of us do at this point. I think that given the fact that they've been able to elude even the FBI at this point, that is, it took 47 days for Koberger, but he was only identified because of genetic genealogy. That DNA on that sheath was not in CODIS. Nobody was turning in that car. WSU didn't turn that car in. The family didn't turn that car in. Nobody did. Car disappeared into a little garage and sat there. But somehow was tracked across the country at the same time. Ooh, rabbit holes. Rabbit holes. Hawkeyes, they aren't as stupid as the authorities want to say. The authorities can't keep saying it at this point, right, Hawkeyes? That's where we're at. So we should be. Can we continue to say this person at the door is dumb? How? So here's one thing to consider. With the cameras in the back of Nancy's, the neighbors that claimed that their shit didn't work, why didn't Nancy notice the guy at the door January 11th? If you want us to believe that, where's it at? Hold on. We have it, don't we? Yep, right here. If this was taken previously at January 11th, which y'all will not confirm, but Savannah just asked us to consider January 11th specifically. And there's been sources floating out there that say this was taken January 11th. So are we surveilling? We know the camera's there then, don't we? None of that. He didn't know a camera was there. Look at him. We need to go find the video and watch it. We need to go watch him again. Because I'm clocking this dude. Because I'm confused at this point. Because he's confused me. Because I cannot figure out why he's the one at the door. What are you doing? Was it really, really an authentic kidnapping that went terribly wrong? Right? Very unexpected turn. You didn't know what he meant to injure anybody. That wasn't meant to happen, but it did. Caused a problem. Also, her heart condition, the cardiac response to everything happening, could have escalated to a point where that alone could have caused something bad to happen. So they never reached out, right? Never. Take every fucking letter that came into the news and TMZ off the table. Pretend they never existed. Would you reach out if your person that you kidnapped died that you fully intended to get a ransom for? What do you do? Do you just fuck, shit, cut your losses and go? And disappear? You think so, Squeaky? Do you think that that's an Indian at the door, though? I know a lot of Indians, dude. I got that shit in my blood. I got Cherokee, but I got the Porch Creek Indians. They ain't far. You think? There's been a lot of debate about his nationality, possibly, right? Is he Hispanic? You're saying possibly Indian. Okay. It kind of feels like maybe there is something, but I don't feel like it's full 100%, right? I never got the impression that that's 100% Spanish Mexican guy at the door. And I don't think it's 100% Indian guy at the door, a Native American type guy, right? I just don't see it. I see two things almost, but I'm not sure what the two things are yet. If it's two things inside of him or if it's two nationalities I see. I don't know. I'll drive myself crazy thinking about it, but I've thought about it. What's in those eyes, right? What does this mean? Who are you? Are you the one, are you the lone wolf? Is it kidnapping gone wrong, right? And you just never reached out because there's nothing to reward from. It's too risky at that point because there's a chance if, say that something happened, but they still wanted to try to reach out and get a ransom anyway, doesn't that put them at risk of being given that now they've communicated? Could they be tracked somehow, right? If they messed up one little tiny piece, they could be in trouble. They might have cut their losses and ran, and I wondered that from the beginning. But then I also have to consider that damn very first ransom letter that bothers the shit out of me that went to the TV station. That one bothers me because after that one, Savannah asked for proof of life, and that never happened, which tells me they couldn't produce it, so they could have cut their losses and ran. Either way, kidnapping gone wrong. Either freaking way, right? It's sad. It's really, 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 really sad because Miss Nancy didn't deserve this shit. And I really wish that let me see. Maybe I do have it. Hang on. Let me look at something. Hang on. Let me do this first. All right. If anybody has any information, call the FBI tip line. But if you see something locally, call your damn local police and tell them why. And then they'll call the FBI on in there. Let them get eyes on the situation, right? Here, I wanted to bring Miss Nancy back into focus. Also here, actually, that way in case, maybe it'll trigger somebody's mind. Thought. Where were y'all between these hours, right? Where'd you take Miss Nancy? Oh, goodness. Okay. And it's so crazy that it's like we're not supposed to have an explanation, right? Or have any agreement across the board from any of the so-called like the profilers that are out there doing, you know, a pretty good job in most cases. Some of them get there, and then they retract. You know, it's like, yeah, that's a topic we don't want to explore really yet, unless we have to. But yeah, that's a possibility, right? It's coming more into focus, which is the other option besides kidnapping for ransom. Which y'all know my other theory over here is going to be the obsessed person. What are the fucking chances? Is it just hogwash, right? Never gonna. It's not, because it has happened in the past. All right, let me take a look at this. Let me see if I can find it first. Let me go look at it. Let me go searching for a moment. I'll be right back. Let me look at, where's my, oh Lord. Okay, let me search real quick. Okay, where is it at? Would it be this one? I guess so, because it's the only one I would have seen. Let's see. Let me skim through this real quick to see. Yeah, this is it. All right, let me cue it up. Hold on. Ugh. So I guess this would be the episode where I saw Banfield talking to Megyn Kelly, and she's going to talk about her theory about the essay old lady obsession pervert thing. And it's also the one, I think, where I saw Maureen do her thing about sweet baby Jesus. I had to clip it and make it short. God, I love her. Okay. But they showed this thing about Miss Nancy, and I wanted to show that. I'm looking for the right spot. Let me get to it. Okay, here we go. All right, let me get everything set up. Okay, let's see. It is hard to tell, Squeaky. You're right, between American Indian and Mexican, because the skin tone's going to be a lot alike. Some of the features might be, but I tried to look at cheekbone height with this guy, because I'm glad you brought that shit up, because there's some things I've been looking at about that, right? That I looked at early on. Like, I want to pull the picture up, but I got this video pulled up because people were trying to gauge this guy, right? They're trying to clock him about his. Remember that sketch that somebody did, like a sketch artist or whatever produced this damn sketch that they thought? And my first comment to that was, you have no clue, because you can't. How are you? What about cheekbone height, right? Because would Native American really be more higher than Mexican, in your opinion? Butterfly, what do you think? Too, you're Spanish. Y'all let me know what y'all think about that. The Indian is going to have a high cheekbone. The Native American. Okay, so this is.
Bedroom looks like, thanks to a Today Show segment we found in 2013, from 2013. Well, we took a deep dive into the trove of information that the Today Show has shared about Nancy and her personal life and information over the years. Watch this.
We're welcoming Savannah Guthrie to her new role as co-anchor of Today. We could not be more pleased or proud.
Back when Savannah officially joined Matt Lauer as a co-host, which was 2012, Nancy was part of the big welcome, dishing the family stories.
If she got tired, she'd just sit down right in the middle of the grocery store aisle. Then she'd threaten us and she'd say, "I'll cry." She had a loud mouth.
That woman looks familiar.
She sure does. Who is this woman?
Nana's mom is
Yes, my mom. She's like, "Are you talking about me?"
And her sister.
And Aunt Debbie.
And you can see she's shy just like you are.
Anyone paying close attention would have known a lot about Nancy Guthrie.
Mom, are you there?
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
Should there be a kids' table?
On-screen maps often showed off where she lived.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mrs. Guthrie.
Savannah will
Good,
miss you.
thank you. Bye-bye.
Love you.
My mom's birthday today. Happy birthday, Mom. Can I just indulge and say happy birthday to my mom?
Savannah rarely missed a birthday.
Your mom.
Me too. She's
the
good
best.
people. I'm celebrating her birthday out there in Tucson.
She's in Tucson, Arizona, and gosh, it's been a long time since I've gotten to hug my mom. She was like the 12th member of the cast for a while. We can't wait to get her back here. Happy birthday, Mom. It is my mom's 80th birthday, and
You knew Nancy's maiden name.
Nancy Ellen Long, 1942 in Fort Wright, Kentucky.
You knew where she was born. Personal information was everywhere.
My mom is up early in Tucson, Arizona. Nancy Guthrie joins us now. Hi, Mom. Good morning.
Hi, Savannah.
You may have heard me talk about my idyllic childhood growing up in Arizona, and it was, but it wasn't where it all began.
Mother and daughter went back to Australia in 2015.
I didn't think we'd ever come back.
No, I never thought I'd see Australia again.
Touring the hospital where Savannah was born. I mean, no detail of this relationship was left uncovered.
It has been great to do this journey with you, Mom.
It's incredibly sad, and it's incredibly awful to think that something as sweet as a segment with her mom could possibly have played a role in the mom's targeting.
Tucson is more than its breathtaking landscape.
I mean, it is disturbing to think that it was just November that she broadcast that her mother does live in Tucson. And I haven't checked, but I'll bet it's fairly easy to find the mom's address. She lives alone. She's elderly.
Just the air, the quality of life.
The segment did not feature Nancy's home or disclose details about where she lived, but after this week's events, people around here at NBC, this is a quote, are going to think twice before putting their family on television at all. Man, that's a dark thought.
Putting out where your mother lives, that is a different angle that we need to look at.
I'm sure she wasn't thinking that way. I'm sure.
Sure.
You think that way about your children, right? But this is yet another one of those firsts.
But the best thing about Tucson is coming home and seeing you guys.
I'm kind of stunned by what we have here. Savannah's book, which was released in February of 2024, discussed a game she used to play as a kid with her cousin, and it was a kidnapping game involving Nancy.
About once a year in the summertime, Cousin Terry orchestrated a kidnapping of my sister and me. Terry would make a pit stop and let Annie and me call home at a payphone. Mom, Cousin Terry kidnapped us to take us to her house. My mother would feign shock, protest how terribly she would miss us, then assure us she'd drive up to retrieve us in a few days.
If the sheriff's never heard this before, this would be something that I would definitely look into. But anybody who's read that book as well, as you both have talked about stalkers, people latch onto things in weird ways.
You just never know what's going to set a lunatic down the lane he or she goes.
Sweet baby Jesus, can we just rid this world of all the lunatics?
There really is a chance that some nutcase obsessed with her, realizing they couldn't get to her, Chad, because, of course, Savannah's got the proper security precautions in her life. She's got young children, decided to go after her mom.
I would dive into her social media. Who's been liking, is there a repeated person that's liking a bunch of photos? Is there a bunch of people flooding her, DMs? You're right. And that's the sick times that we live in.
We just give a shit. The last shout out was just 4 days before Nancy went missing.
Hey, there she is with my daughter Vale. We love you, Mom. Happy birthday.
Nancy, love you.
It's dark. Truly chilling when you see it all together. Another question that is still out there is what's next for Savannah? We saw her return to the Today Show set last week with hugs and, sort of greetings with everybody. She's not yet back on the air as of this week, but she's coming soon. And there are reports that they're trying to figure out exactly how to ease her back on set in a way that's not too awkward for her or the audience. There's a lot to discuss. We actually have a pal of mine who is also an NBC alum. She was at NBC for a long
Okay, she's going to go into her conversation with Banfield there. I think the name of her show there, I think she did like a part 1, 2, 3, and 4 or something. I think that was 4. Like I said, I didn't watch the whole thing. I'm trying to look to make sure it's it. Hang on. Oh, goodness. Let me see. Oh, it's not on that list. Duh. It's not on that list. Uh-oh. What is this? Hold on. Okay, never mind. Okay, let me go and check and see, guys, and make sure that's what that was. I'll try to let me grab the link in a second, too, and I'll drop it in there. Yummy Megyn Kelly. She is pretty. I mean, whatever, she is a pretty lady. I've always thought she was. She has some good interviews. I don't follow politics and stuff, so I don't watch. I think I've maybe watched 2 of her shows that were like political, I guess you could say. And I'm like, it doesn't even interest me. So I don't watch that stuff, but I'll watch the coverage on the Guthrie case. She has some good stuff on there sometimes. Some good interviews, right? Good interviews. I'll look for the damn good interviews. Okay, let me go look at her channel because I think that's part 4, guys, of the things she did. What one of you mods want to drop her link in the chat? You can do that. And then I'll tell you guys what it is here. She's got another channel too. It's MK True Crime. I think there's this guy that hosts over there. And then she does got like, what is that? The Nerve. Have any of you ever watched that girl on called The Nerve? It's the show. It's a podcast on YouTube. She works under Megyn Kelly's podcast company or whatever, and she kind of like pop culture shit, but she's funny. So she goes hardcore, but it's funny. I'm sorry, it's not politically correct, so if you're into that stuff, don't go there. But if you don't mind, then cool, go there. I don't know what else. I don't know how else to describe it. So just warning, it's not like pretty and rainbows and puppies and shit. Okay, let me look here. Megyn Kelly's page. That took me a damn long enough, didn't it, to look? Let's see. I think that one is what they've got that one titled. Yeah. Okay, so this aired it's got on the date March 21st. So you go, it's going to have today's date on there. What we know about polygraphs in the Nancy Guthrie case and Savannah's return to the Today Show is the title. And I'm going to leave her a thumbs up while I'm here. Y'all do the same. Anyway, she's joined by Ashley and several other guests on top of that. Not just Ashley, several guests, because it's like a part of her special she's doing or whatever. Maureen and those people are usually on there. Yeah, 58. I'm 58 years old. Go Megyn. I don't look as good as Megyn. I'll say that right now. Y'all don't see me up there. Even if I look like her, you probably wouldn't see me up there a lot. I'm just sitting here chilling. Yeah. You know what, though? it's these older ladies you got to watch out. They have that we don't give a fuck attitude. We're saying what we want to say. We're saying what we want to say. We will try to be nice about it. We'll try to be nice about it all. But oh, Rebecca. Okay, I'm looking at the chat here. So there was information that came down. They were looking into the construction around the home. The one in particular lot, and it was like that big discrepancy about, was it before or after when those people moved out of that one house? The neighbors said it was before, but that house being built was her friend's house, right? It would be normal to look into the construction people. So if they're looking into anybody and everybody at this point still, right? They have no clue what that guy at the door was doing either. They have no lead onto. So why don't they have a lead other than now that? So going back to why the cameras and stuff may not have worked around the house. Maybe I don't know about the ones on the damn guest house, but remember how Brian Enton and all them were reporting out there and how shitty the reception really was. Brian Enton talked about that on his show the other day, and they were talking about how bad you could walk down the street a few feet and you get reception back. But right there at Nancy's house was notorious for having really bad internet. But we were able to also see a lot of live streams from right there as well. So I think it was a hit or miss. But if they moved around, even when we had to watch, who, to see what was happening with the cops and stuff, if they moved around a lot, they would buffer and they would go in and out. So did the person get lucky and that in and out was happening while they were there on the property? And they took the camera that they knew was going to see them take the victim out of the home. Because it doesn't matter why they're there at this point. What happened is somebody showed up at the door on the property, right? Nosing around and made entry into that home somehow. We don't know how yet. And we'll have to get to the why later, I suppose. But we don't know how they got in there. But we're pretty sure how they got out, right? Be the front door because we see that blood. So that would tell us that's what happened. Because I doubt they took her over that little pony wall, right? Let's get a better look at that little wall. Let's look at the evidence, guys. I got time to kill. Are y'all with me? It's Saturday night. Let me see. Okay, look, this one's a pretty good, decent. Because look how these guys are standing, right? Shoulder. And look at the lady on the other side. So they're all like shoulder height. This wall is just below their shoulder height. So that would be a little bit awkward to get Miss Nancy over that wall, right? Versus coming out that front door. I think we can all agree on that it's going to be better to go out the front door. And why go out the back door? Because then you got to come across the whole damn lawn and the pool area to get all the way back around the house, which, damn, that's a lot. Wouldn't explain the blood on the front porch. Did she break away and run to the front porch and then you grabbed her and injured her? Well, and how did the guy get in once they got there? We still don't know. Did they make entry through the sliding door? Regardless, locked or unlocked, it's probably not that hard to get in. And if she really truly had these powerful hearing aids we're hearing about, would she have heard that door pop open, snatch open, right? Because there's simply nothing on this side of the house but darkness. Same thing with the backyard once you damage that light, though, too, right? If you damage that light, and the people were like, some were speculating that it was damaged prior. And I'm like, yeah, but would Nancy not notice it? Did she never walk outside in the backyard. And when was the last time Annie went back there? Nobody noticed it. Was it broke previously? Is a good question. Because if it was, we can just say that, okay, then the person at the front door didn't break it, right? But then again, would these guest house cameras see it? Do they see that on the thumbnail too? Ooh, but nothing on the night of. But I don't think that person would have come broke that prior to, unless they did it like a couple of nights before, right? Took a chance. Oh, cool, squeaky wheel. Look, let me tell you something right now. Let me first read your comment. Thank you. I'm always so flattered when a Salty reads the comments. One of my comments. Truth be told, I'm 50 years old and my parents still strap me into a car seat. Right? I heard that. I heard that. For real. Amen. But going back to the beginning of your comment there, me commenting on your comments. I've always said from the beginning of my show, y'all do not got to pay me to notice or comment on y'all's comments, because the name of my show is Coffee and Crime Conversations. I love talking to you guys. I feel bad when I'm not paying enough attention to chat to talk back to y'all, because I want y'all to explore with me and unpack this shit together. I don't know everything. I couldn't even pretend, but I'm not naive either, right? Joseph Scott says 3 feet now. I'm like, damn. What does that mean, 3 feet? That means she wasn't standing up all the way. But what else does that mean? Right? I'm stuck on that now. I don't know how they got her out the front door. What would be more feasible? To roll her up like a burrito in the tarp and what? Over the shoulder? No. 2 people, why are you doing that? One at the head and one at the feet. Carry her out that way? And how the 3 feet, the blood just, as Joe Scott said, her head could have turned to the side and blood could have came out that way, including a cough. But I feel like you need to be more straightforward, down facing, for that splatter to be so perfect. If my head's tilted, think about it. Let's think about that and explore. Okay. Over the shoulder or coming out, somebody at the head, somebody at the feet. Head falls over. Cough or an aspiration. Is it going to look like it's coming straight down? I'm going to make more coffee. This might be a long one. For real, though, think about that. If her head's turned sideways in any capacity, would it look so straightforward? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's more like, did she, because we were like, why are there no footprints? Well, because the person could be standing to the right. Like, explore. Follow me. They open that door. The steel door, security door. None of these people know what to call it. They're like they have word salad through it, and they finally come up with that. That damn door. Okay, that door, that security door. Isn't it going to open to the outside of the porch, not the inside toward Nancy? Her big solid wood door is going to open toward her. That one's going to open outward. They step out to the other side of Nancy. They're not stepping in what she's doing over here on this side. Y'all get me? Nancy be on the right-hand side of the door. Person be on the left-hand side of Nancy. They're never going to step in the blood. Other person may be already at the end of at the other end carrying the, okay, so they're carrying her out foot to head to foot, whatever, one on each end. Person foot comes out first. They bypass everything, clear it. Person carrying the head comes out. They're never stepping in it because their head falls sideways and this comes out. Or is she walking out and there's somebody on the other side of her guiding her out the door in lieu of her cane, right? We know she has to have a cane to help her walk, stabilization, get her on down there, but She didn't have that. Apparently, it was left in the house. So they got to stabilize her either damn way to get her down that sidewalk. She's not going down by herself without assistance. So is carrying her the more efficient way? We see droplets. I don't have a zoomed in. Okay, shit. I don't have a zoomed in, sorry guys, of the spots on the sidewalk. They literally, remember we got the video, well, shit, somewhere, and they led down all the way. They're faint. You don't. It's not like you see a solid trail. It's not like that. But you do see a pattern coming all the way down the sidewalk, right to where a car would be sitting. So we don't know how they carried her out of the house. And if they took the camera because they knew it was going to see them carry her out the door. So did they not know? Because Ashley's still reporting that her source is saying there was a camera in the house. I don't even see that there's evidence of one being at the back door, but that don't mean nothing because they could have took the bracket before I saw images of it, right? Because we know they took the bracket here, and if you look at photos of the after, you really can't tell one was over there. So they could have took it at some point, and I just don't know. But I don't know if she would have a Ring camera at the back door. I don't know. If she's got him in the house, and you got him in the, if you have him, so think about that a moment. If you have him here covering your backyard, and we don't see one over here at the garage, it doesn't appear to be one at the back patio door. Why would you need them if you got one in the house too, right? My point. You got the backyard covered and you got one in the house to cover the in the house. There's probably just one. Like, is it an open floor plan in there where it can see like the living room, kitchen combo type of deal? You probably got to cross through there to get to Nancy's room. If you look at the layout, we don't have floor plans. You can't get them on the internet. I heard a creator say the other night that there's old ones on the internet, and he was going to send them over to Ashley Banfield. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm waiting. We'll see. I'm here for it. I can guesstimate where everything's at. You know what I'm saying? Because how are you going to get through this house? You got to navigate through this damn house is the reason I want to know. Just like the Idaho 4 house. It's so easy to find out. You go looking for the floor plans, but they're not there. This house got scrubbed off pretty quick. Anyway, but look how close that driveway is again. And would you see it, it's probably not in the images before, like before the camera got removed, right? What's the chances of the car not being there? Well, you know what I want to do? Let's go pull up the video. Because this guy walks from the left side of the house. Am I wrong? Approaches, it feels like if you're standing in the front of Nancy's porch looking out from her front door, he's coming from the left side, not the right side over there in the dark where a car would park when he's got his backpack and shit on. I don't know what's up with that other one, weird January 11th stuff. Hang on. So many theories on this guy alone, right? Nobody can whoa, hold on. Jesus, that was loud. All right. Oh no. Oh goodness, no. What? Okay, let me see what this one is. Let me go to the FBI's thingy. Okay, no, here's a good one. Because the FBI's don't have the full one like I wanted. Alright, that's why. What is this? Are they going to show the whole damn thing? Hang on, let me review. Let me make sure we get the right one. Because I want, got to make sure I see that he's walking up in the video. No, that one starts where he's over there getting his damn vines. Hold on. Let me go to the FBI's shit and get theirs. Since they're the ones that released it, found it, whatever, scratched it. Worked their magic on, whatever you want to call it. Seeking information. Okay. They got like 2 or 3. They put it out in like little sequence stupid videos. All right. Seriously. So I wondered if the guy was coming down the street, right? They're coming from which way did they come in to get to Nancy's house? From which direction up the street? If he's coming from toward the left, he had gotten out, and then that car continued on and then pulled into the edge of the other side of the drive and killed their, their lights were out and just chilled right there. They got their walkie-talkies, possibly have walkie-talkies. Okay. Let me see if this is the one that's got the full one. Here's it. Go back. Oh, I don't know. You can't tell. I don't know. Well, I'll let you guys be the judge. Hold on. I feel like there's a longer one. I'll have to look for it. I got to be patient, I guess, because I know that's not the one. You cannot tell from that one. Hold on. Why can't I find it? Like the full freaking video. Because that's the second one they did, and it's got the vine covering incident going on. All right, I guess we'll deal with it. Let me get it pulled up. Hawkeyes, member for 6 months. Nice. Love this channel. We love you being here and being a part of this community. Thank you, because that's amazing. You've been here for a long time, and you always show me support, and I appreciate that so, so much. Oh, Hawkeyes, thank you again. See, there you go again. You're going to make me blush. Thank you. Keep being salty. Love that about you. Thank you. I'm glad y'all appreciate it, because I don't know any other way to be, right? I don't know any other way to be. It comes out, so I'm glad I found my tribe, right? If you're here, then y'all must be just like me. It's the way I see it. So, there you go. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Okay, let's see. Let me get this back to, hey, what the hell? What the hell happened? I don't care about all that. See, when this one starts, he's already on the damn patio. Damn it. Okay. What's wrong with it? Look, he's trying to get it off with his hands and it won't come off. He's like, damn. Cover. They can't see me, man. Nothing over here. Look, his light is on. Nothing there. Lights comes on right there. Look, I'm getting these vines to hold up. Ooh. That's my take. If I'm narrating it, that's how I see it. Yes, thank you so much, Hawkeyes. It's so you just don't know. It really is super appreciated. These small channels appreciate it. I mean, all channels appreciate it, I'm sure. Okay, so I'm going to tell y'all something. Hawkeyes, let me think about it for a second. Because with that said, because I was thinking about, with the donations that do come in, maybe what I'm going to do, right? I haven't really thought about it too hard because I really don't know what to do, but I'm thinking about some things. But anyway, so a lot of you know that I moved before the holidays, right? And I guess it's before Thanksgiving. Yeah, so before Thanksgiving I moved down to my sister's house for a while. So I've been here for a few months, but I'm gonna move again. I'm leaving. It's that time of year. No, it's that time of year. Got to keep moving on. No, I'm going to go back to my son's house and live. My grandbaby and me, we miss each other, so I'm just going to go. So that's going to be a couple weeks from now, and it shouldn't be too much downtime. But when I get back up and I'm running, with that said, with the donations, I'm thinking about a couple of things, Hawkeyes, what I can do here. Y'all know I'm not all about all the fun and games and bells and whistles. I don't know about all that stuff, but we'll see what we can come up with. And I need to do a members only. We had a couple we were going to schedule, and then we got the Nancy Guthrie case, and lo and behold, how 50 days in, damn near, and look, here we are. And I appreciate everybody who's been tuning in for all of that, because man, it's just so hard to believe that somebody would take her, regardless of why they did it. But I mean, that matters. It absolutely matters, because it can matter if she's still alive or not. Nancy Grace had reported, speaking of, I'm thinking about some of the things I've reviewed that I want to tell to you guys about. She was reporting that, the construction on the house stuff, but they were also reviewing pharmaceutical records. And I thought, well, that should have been a given. It's because I said that early on. They would absolutely visit her pharmacy and monitor that record to see if any point in time there was a refill. Who's going to do that, right? But are they doing a blanket search, like her regimen? How many people are on that same regimen of medication for the same type of conditions, right? Probably a lot of people. But we also wondered, could somebody have went into Mexico, not taking Nancy there, but they themselves went there and got what she needed and brought it back to her? Would a kidnapper do all that and never reach out for ransom? Because if she's alive, right? You're going to take her somewhere safe, fix her up, go into Mexico, get her meds, bring them back to her, keep her there, healthy and alive, and get your ransom. Unless something bad already had happened. But was that the plan? What about obsessed person? Never intended to harm this lady at all, but just wanted a little bit of what that was for whatever weird reason. And their intent was never to harm, but to take care of, right? Nurture, love, all those things. Would they have ventured over there and got what they needed? Because they're damn so close. Remember I said early on, shit, it's so easy to go into Mexico and get what you need if you know what you need, right? So easy. And lo and behold, Brian Enton went over there and found out just how easy it was. How easy it was to walk right into the country through a turnstile. Just walk right in. Go into the pharmacy, get what you need, and walk right out. You're really only going to need a prescription if you're talking about the the opioids. Blood thinners is not an opioid. Blood pressure meds is not an opioid. Not a controlled substance. That's the term I should say. Controlled substance difference. And the guy stressed that in that pharmacy. He said controlled substance. Well. Nancy's medications that she needed to take daily were not controlled substances. And the guy told Brian, yes, you could get blood pressure medicine without a prescription. So it's not, we can't say, oh, that would never happen, right? Why not? It's right freaking there. We're going to go with the guys from Tucson. All right, he's from Tucson. So He hadn't thought about going across the border to get meds if needed, especially if he's going to try to get money. What if they, you would think, honestly, there's no what if, like they wouldn't wait a week to contact if they had her safe and sound, if they intend to do that, if they intend to make contact. They're not going to wait longer than need be, right? Wait for the dust to settle when not all eyes are on it, and like drawing attention to themselves. Y'all didn't draw enough attention to yourself when you sent letters to the damn news people, right? Kind of thing. So I don't know. The only way kidnapping's going to work in my brain is something bad happened that night that wasn't meant to happen. Kelly says, I used to get antibiotics from Mexico all the time. So much cheaper, right? And Mexican Cokes in a bottle, right? Yes, with real cane sugar. I have a Coca-Cola addiction. I will not lie. I will get a headache if I don't. Let me drink to that right now, Coca-Cola. In my cup. I had it as my backup, so when I got done with my coffee, I had my Coke ready. That's how bad my caffeine addiction is. Coca-Cola and coffee. Water, because I got to cleanse. I can't go without. So the donation, Hawkeyes, does come in handy. I can get my coffee, right, at least. Thank you. Y'all keep me coffeeed up. I will say that. Let me see. So if it was a kidnapping gone wrong, how many people were involved, and would one that actually didn't do it but knew about it and was in on it to some capacity, would they have the nerve to go in for that reward? Yeah, Squeaky, it doesn't feel like it, does it? I mean, 50 days. 50 days. The only way that she's going to be okay in my mind, and I mean this, is if the person that took her does not mean to harm, and they took very good care of her, and they got exactly what she's needed, and they have her safe and sound. Otherwise, she's no longer with us. Kidnapping gone wrong. And did y'all notice that that piece also mentioned, hold on one second. We need to go back and review it. I just thought about it. The neighbors formed what? A group? Where'd it go? Neighbors formed an action group, and they called it something else too. And they all got together and viewed their neighborhood footage and compared it and went to the FBI with what they had. Now that I'm like, oh wait, what? Good job. What do y'all have? Do y'all have a car of interest? I doubt we got a tag. Come on, right? But do we have a car of interest? Like a pattern, like one sees it here and then one sees it there. Say one sees it over here on Camino Miraval, right? They're going to head out that way. But why would you when you can go straight down Nancy Street, hang a right, and be at Campbell? Or you could go left and be at Orange Grove, or you could go Camino Miraval and go down, right? There's a couple options you could take. Is there a car? Like, I don't know. So if you zoom in, look, hang on, let's get the street view. We want to see, man. freaking mountains. It's so crazy because what if the car came from this direction? And that person gets out, the guy at the door, and he walks up that driveway, up to that front porch, into that stupid camera, and the car continues to the other side of the driveway, right? And pulls in. Like right there at the edge. You don't even got to go, right? Why would you until your little walkie-talkie buddy called you? Look. Okay? Look at where the front porch is located. And remember, you got to walk up in there for that camera to see you. It's not, and we saw that it can see directly out to the sidewalk toward the driveway that is right dead in front of it, but it's so dark you can't see anything. But legit, all the way over here, a car just sitting there in the dark, that camera's never going to see it. And that guy picks up that stupid vine. He looks dead ass back in this direction. Either something startles him, a noise, but he seems to pick it up and nod over there like, I'm just going to use this damn vine to get that stupid camera off. I don't know. I'm guessing at that point. Well, Squeaky, I don't know. Maybe if they've got some leads coming in. They said, I was watching that guy, Aaron, what was his last name? Coates? I don't remember. Was it one of the shows I reviewed? So the guy that the sheriff made go sit at the desk and take the phone calls about, missing water hoses and shit like that. That guy. Some of the tips that were coming in that were just like people that were mad, that nothing was done yet or happening yet, people like that. Some had really good tips, some had bogus tips. You guys got to sift through them. So if there's any tips out there that can lead them there, I don't know if the FBI can work with the reservation on some kind of solution. We'll have to wait and see. This guy could be totally of Mexican descent and be south of the border a long time ago. Like, if something happened to Miss Nancy overnight, because I'm still convinced the guy at the door was a hired gun. If it was a ransom for kidnap for ransom, said it backwards. If I'm doing that, is he like the only one in on that all by himself? If we got two people, no, he's not all by himself. He's the thug, the hired gun, right? He's going to get a cut for his time and effort. But something happened. He may have known too much and be gone, but he could have been gone also south of the border, real quick, like, right? He might have got paid immediately, come to think of it. If his only job was to go in there and take Miss Nancy, him and his partner out here at the driveway, if their job is to go in there and take her, and they're getting a cut of whatever this is they're told to go do, but they've been surveilling apparently. Did they get their cut? Once they did what they did, they do a handoff. Here you go. Here you go. And they're like, adios, amigos. They'd have to disappear, man, especially when that image came out of them at the door. Ooh, think about that. What did that do to that person? If the person watches the coverage, right? Especially the guy at the door that did it. If something didn't happen to him, he's good to go. He knows what he did. It's got to be a little bit worried, right? That's got to be in the back of your mind. Watching the coverage. And it comes out they got the images of you. What the hell do you do then? That's when you take off for sure. You go deeper. Because not only now are you you're also now a risk to the people who put you up to it. Because if you get ID'd, are you going to sing like a bird, right? You're a liability now for sure. You better really get gone. And that's scary because what if that person is gone in some capacity to the reservation south of the border? Just gone, period, right? Damn. It feels like making ID of that person's going to mean everything. Going back to geofence, right? They're not showing up in the geofence warrant. Obviously, they didn't take a damn phone. And obviously, the internet at Miss Nancy's house was already shit. In and out kind of stuff going on there. So when they leave, so they walkie-talkie each other, right? We don't know what that was in the pocket. It could have been this, what do you call it, the jammer? Could have been a jammer. Could have been a walkie-talkie. You walkie-talkie to your car outside at the edge of the drive. What if they park the car? Is it a risk to park the car and second person exit the car and you both are going into the house? Because now your car is sitting out there like a sitting duck and somebody might see it when they ride by. Come on. A neighbor, what if a neighbor that normally rides by, they work at the hospital or some shit, they come home, work at the bar, been out of the town, Saturday night, right? They fucking been partying. And there's a car sitting there with the lights off at the edge of Miss Nancy's driveway. What? That might be a bit risky. So what do? They wait until he calls them on the walkie-talkie to bring the car all the way to the front. Come with the car. Drop me off. Hang on. They're coming down the road. Drop me off. I walk up sidewalk. Or do you drop two people off? We only see one on camera. Did one hightail to the back at the same time? Car drives on until they get called by walkie-talkie but stays within close range, because right when you leave here, look, there's a little road to the right. Right there. Okay. And you don't have to go far, right? You can turn around at any point. People are asleep. Well, there's some traffic because that one house, remember that video footage that was released from that one house, the neighbor's house? Like cars were zooming by, like from midnight till 2:36 or whatever it was. But then you go back, once you get the walkie-talkie call. I don't know. We don't even know if there was more than damn one person involved or not, for real. No, well, what if the heart attack would have came after? Like a cardiac event could have came after a physical injury, right? So she's already got a spike, according to sourced, or I'm not sure anymore if it was the sheriff who said it or where we got it from, a spike in the activity in the pacemaker, 2 a.m. But we got 1:47, we've got the camera situation happening. Look at the timeline. 1:47, the doorbell cam disconnected. At 2:12, we got a motion detection. Where? At 2:12, backyard or in the house? 2:28, pacemaker disconnects. Now, they say at 2, there was a spike in activity, right? Probably if she was startled and awakened. Now, if she gets an injury between the time she's awakened to the time she's taken out that front door, and now she's really got the adrenaline going, and that cardiac event's coming, then it happens, right? And that's where things took a turn for the worse. Oh, a horn came out of nowhere, y'all. The window's open. Oh, it's across the street. What the fuck? Yeah. A cardiac event could have come after the injury, though. That's the thing. We don't know. 2:28, we know that that's when it disconnects. So that's when it drives out of range, I guess. There's debate on how far she had to get from it for it to stop transmitting, the feed. I'm sure by the time she got in the car right there at the front of the house and got out of that driveway, it was all over with. 228, Yeah, Carolyn, they will. Well, see, the thing about the reservation is they have their own set of laws, right? Their own govern. There's like legit in Oklahoma is a prime example of things. There's a lot of states with a lot of large reservations, and they're there's the tribal laws, right? They don't have to go by the same laws. It's hard to, and it's not the reservation's fault that it may be hard to work with some like local law enforcement, because a lot of times it's local law enforcement's got the issues, right? I like my Native American people. I'm sorry. I that's my heritage. I can't help it. We're not all bad people, everybody. Not everybody's bad no matter where you come from or what you do, right? But it's getting late, guys. Yeah, the reservation cops are the same. They don't really, yeah, they don't. That's, well, protect your own kind of thing. They do have their own, you better come with a good reason. You better come with good probable cause. If you want the elders and the commission to listen to you and let you have access to their reservation, you better come with some solid probable cause, right? Especially just, I don't think it would be hard for me to buy that. Would they cover for somebody knowing they took Miss Nancy at this point? I don't know. I have no clue. Not from that area. I don't know the politics of it between the reservation. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know. So many possibilities, I guess, that still exist out there. I don't think it was like a physical fight, Squeaky, because the thing about it is Nancy was on blood thinners. It's obvious from photos of Nancy, she's just like many, many, many older people. And you can say older because she was into her mid 80s at this point, right? But she looked pretty healthy back in November before Christmas, according to that special, because she's fine. She's sitting there, she's interacting, she's fine, but she bruises very easily. Tells me also her skin tears very easily, just like my dad. Just like my dad. And yeah, it's not going to take much to get her to bleed. It probably didn't take much at all. Then again, we don't know the severity of it, but if you really analyze what's there, it could be a lot worse, honestly, if it was so like an all-out fight or stabbing, or do you know what I'm saying? If there was like, it just doesn't appear to be more than that. I'm not saying they didn't, obviously she had an injury, shit. But I'm just saying it doesn't appear like she was beaten to death. That's not enough. That's not enough right there to tell me that occurred. Or beaten at all. Just something happened. I don't know what. I don't know if she put up a struggle at last minute. Like, you're going to take me out my door? Seriously? It's bad enough you wake me up in my home. Now you want to take me out of my damn door. Or what do you, just rob me, right? Just rob me and leave. Why are you fucking taking me? Did that happen for a moment and they had to get control of her, or did she already have an injury coming out? Banfield, Ashley, reports her sources say blood in the house that matches a similar pattern to what we see right here, which, if true, tells us injury occurred in the house. Did Nancy put up a struggle a little bit? Maybe so. Are they just for no reason injure an old lady that's already going to be easy to take control of? Right? I don't imagine it's hard to take control of this 84-year-old lady. Even though she could get around, it's not going to be hard to subdue her, right? Especially with your backpack equipment on. Shit, what we talking about? Hold up. Where you at, backpack guy? He's got his supplies. He's got supplies. So, otherwise, what are you doing with the backpack on? Just in case you shit your pants, got to change or something? I don't know. Why we got a backpack on? What are we doing? We know we got the gun. We need to show we got a gun. We got you. But why we got a backpack on? If we're not robbing this house, what are we doing with that backpack? We're going to subdue our victim with something. Do they have tape in there? Do they got rope? They got zip ties? They got a tarp is a good running theory for most people, it seems. A blanket. Shit, I don't even know what they could have in there at this point. The jammer could be in there, and that in the pocket's really the walkie-talkie. The guy's like, man, you guys are fucking good guesses, guys. Is that what this guy's doing? Going good guessing. Good guessing game. Where's my eyeballs? What's wrong with my picture? Something weird. January 11th. I gotta let it go, don't I? I gotta let it go, guys. Nancy could have panicked at the door. Right. Like, I almost feel like, was it... if you're feisty in any kind of way or that it hits you, they're really about to take me out of my door. They're not just here to rob me. What's your first thought when you wake up in the middle of the night? If as women, your first thought is, oh my God, what's about to happen to me? Okay. Also, you think, are they going to rob me? But take me? What? You going to put up that last fight, that little bit of fight you got left? I don't know. It's hard to imagine Nancy really putting up too hard of a fight, right? But a little bit of a struggle, enough for something to happen, because it's not going to take much again. And it appears that there really was, if there was an aspiration, okay, if that's what that is, then something happened with her mouth or nose, right? With her nose area, it feels like. Now, one lady on a certain call-in show theorized that because of the dry Arizona desert heat, people always get nosebleeds. That was probably Nancy's nosebleed that occurred before the kidnapping. And I thought, well, damn. I wonder if Miss Nancy was prone to nosebleeds, and did Miss Nancy so nasty she don't clean up afterwards? I don't picture Miss Nancy as not cleaning up that blood. You see how she makes a bed. She's not going to get a bloody nose going out the front door to pick up her Amazon package and not clean it up. Lady with a weird theory. Sorry. Exactly, Squeaky. It doesn't matter what nationality, right? It really doesn't at this point. It would help if we knew, because it might give us an indication as to where to go to look. But at the end of the day, doesn't even freaking matter, right? We just need to find out who did it and get them off the streets. Exactly. And they need to give this family closure. Such a hard word to take when you are trying to recover a loved one, or just deal with the loss of a loved one, I should say. But to not have your loved one, right, is a different walk, in my opinion, because I know what it feels like to lose someone to death. But to lose them to missing, how do you live with that? We learn how to live with death, right? But hopefully eventually we get there. But yeah, how do you live with missing? How do you? And how do we get to this guy at the door? If they didn't have a phone, so geofencing's fucking out the door. They got no car of interest that we know of, unless these neighbors have come up with something to give the FBI. The backpack shit didn't turn up nothing during their searches for that. The jacket that he wore, they can't figure that out. The holster, the 40 names, led to nothing. Right? What are we missing? Backpack turned up nothing. The jacket turned up nothing. The holster turned up nothing. The glove 2 miles away that apparently was very similar to what this guy was wearing turned up nothing. Well, they belonged to a restaurant guy that they figured out somehow from 2 miles away. Other than that, this dumbass dude trying to cover up the fucking camera with a vine. Saranara. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm getting kind of hungry. It's weird that we can talk about crime and be hungry at the same time. I'm a weirdo, I know. Too much true crime. And it's so, and I apologize sometimes because I talk about these crimes very matter-of-factly, kind of like these detectives and experts do. I think you guys probably do the same because it's what we do, right? We talk about it like that. But at the end of the day, it's about Miss Nancy. And right, no matter who this damn guy is right here, it's not okay what you did. It's just not okay. And regardless of what you're doing with your damn vines and your stupid bite light, what you did is not okay. And it sucks that nobody who knows who he is. It really sucks. Right, Kelly, you couldn't live without knowing or having the answers. It would be awful. Because I have shared it in the past, but I lost a child. It's been, you know what, guys, I'll share something with y'all. I don't do clocks and calendars. Y'all know that if you've been around a hot minute. Today, I looked at the calendar and it hit me, and I was like, holy moly. In a few days, it'll be 25 years since I lost my daughter. But I know where my daughter is, right? And I know a couple of missing kids here locally. And I know the families, and I feel bad because they don't know where their daughters are. And I do. I have that closure, right? That they don't have. So yeah, I could not imagine if I didn't know where she was. That'd be a whole different ballgame for me. I don't know how I would sit with that, even 25 years later. And these parents that I'm speaking about, I've covered their cases here before, Tiffany Daniels and Danielle Bell. Decades these girls have been missing from right here in my hometown, never to be seen again, and it's freaking sad. It's sad. Even after all these years, nobody's come up with a solid lead for anything. Right? To explain where these girls went. So frustrating that people can just disappear and these families don't have that option that I had to know, right? And that a lot of people have to know. So it is what it is. Oh, thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Yeah. I share because I know I'm not the only one, right? And so we feel things a little differently sometimes with these families, so that we kind of see it. So I know I'm not the only one out there, so people be comfortable with it. Yeah. You think it's a personal crime between two people? Well, see, that's the question. If this is not like ransom gone wrong, take that off the table now, right? Robbery gone wrong, no. SA, no. And ransom, no. That leaves what? Right? Like, say, obsessed person or whatever. Here you got, let's see, a personal crime, right? Who's that personal crime against? Is it against Miss Nancy? Is it against Savannah? Would it possibly be Annie? Nah, probably not. So who is it, Nancy or her daughter? Well, why would it be either one? Of course, we know why. Savannah, right? Fame, fortune. That takes you back to ransom. Or does it take you back to fame, right? Obsessed or personal? Or is it just directly with Miss Nancy, right? You didn't give me the job, or you fired me, or something like that. and they did go there to rob her to teach her a lesson, and she woke up and recognized them and they took her. I don't know. Or if it's personal, what's his personal gain then, right? If he's not there for ransom, what's his personal reason for being there? Is he obsessed with Nancy? Or is he mad at Nancy? Because Maureen's theory, Maureen O'Connell, the FBI agent that I do like, I'm going to have to disagree with. I could be wrong. She knows way more than I do. And I just reviewed this like yesterday. And she hesitated. She said that it was a hit. And I thought, for real? That's stepping into territory that I don't, that term, a hit. What does that mean? That term alone means a lot. It has a whole different weight to me. And I don't know why she said that. Versus like a more, I'm going to get you back, personal connection. I don't know what that really meant. You know what I mean? Yes. I love Maureen. I'm a huge fan. And I will tell, I was going to do a show and cover some of the things I've reviewed lately and just show you guys the timestamps. And I swear it was on, shit, I can't tell you whose show it was right offhand. Wait. Was it on, might have been on Megyn Kelly. I don't know. I have to look at it. But she said that her theory was a hit versus kidnapping, stalker thing, right? And I thought, well, damn, that, to me, that adds a political weight to it that I didn't want to go to. You know what I'm saying? I may have read that wrong. I may have read it wrong. I wish I could link it for you guys to go get your take on it. I'll try to find it so tomorrow we can go live and we'll discuss. We'll discuss. You can't take the construction guys off the table. Okay, so here in Florida, we have a lot of construction crews, right? And a lot of the guys are undocumented workers. It is what it is. How many of that was going, how much of that went on in that area as well? So what would make any construction worker go that route? They would probably already have a record. Not saying that those guys do, because they're not all like bad dudes. But could there have been a guy on a crew working nearby, house up the street, that had a record, that was just like walking that line, you know what I mean, between working construction and doing the bad shit at night, whatever, saw opportunity and took it? But why? Money? You were into old ladies? Or you saw her one day and decided I needed a grandma at home? I don't know. I don't know. We've discussed that aspect heavily in the top part of the show, actually, Squeaky. We brought up the Nancy Woodrum case, where Ashley Banfield's theory is SA. So we got Maureen with a hit. We got Banfield with SA, heavily based on what she saw in the Nancy Woodrum case, and we went over that in pretty good detail earlier, before we watched that special that aired a little while ago. And I don't know, I'm not buying either one of those at this point, but can't take anything off the table either, right? It is a broad thing to say, Carolina. It's like, what, right? It's like, and a lot of the profilers and the respectable, retired agents that we listen to at the various shows we go to, their analysis is, he's not real sophisticated, but he's not real stupid, and he's not like a first timer. This is not robbery. And they go through all these things about this guy being unsophisticated, partially sophisticated, all these different things, backgrounds, da-da-da-da-da. But then they go back to, they don't know why he's at the door. Right? Of course, this picture was lightened up, guys. That's why you can see out there so well. But notice, because you can see it so well, you can see how that drive sits way back over there at the dark. But I don't know if it would see a car sitting back over there with the lights out. I don't know. Easy to have a zillion theories, Forrest says, when you know zero facts. Amen. I know they was doing this at one point. They was downloading shit on the side of the road. Scary. They stopped doing that after that, right? Like they're like brakes on. And they apparently weren't able to, going back to this, they weren't able to track the jacket purchase or that backpack, but they apparently did some gun holster tracking, right? They got 40 names apparently, and that's how they've. So 40 people bought 40 holsters with credit cards or debit cards to get their names. Because if you use cash, you wouldn't have got their names. Anyway, they got those people's names, and they went around to the pawn, or not the pawn shop, shit. Hey, you probably should have. Ooh, maybe you did. Anyway, they went around to all the gun stores, asking questions, looking for names. Squeaky, your essay by a Native American. I mean, it is sick, but it is what it is. It happens. We all know. We've discussed that here. We know that it does happen. That's a lot of trouble, man. That's a lot. They don't normally, in the Woodrum case, yes, he took the body, but he told the cops he backed over her by accident and panicked and took her. He was drunk. He was so drunk during that whole incident. So he wasn't thinking clearly, right? This guy's thinking clearly. So he's taking a lot of risk by, taking the victim wide to cover up the evidence. Nobody would find his evidence on the victim. Wouldn't know what he did. Is that the only time he had the urge to do that? Is that the only time that guy had the urge to SA an old lady because he's got a fixation for the cougars? Huh. Only time. No other women around the area. No other attacks around the area. And broaden out a couple 100 miles to satisfy the people in the back. They tend to have a radius they operate in. I don't know. Could be. Okay, Wheezy, welcome. Hey, welcome in. Could you scroll back up to my comment? Love your channel. You're awesome. Oh, thank you. Yeah, let me do that. First or second interview? Which one? You talking about? Who are you talking about? First few interviews are interesting. I'm still scrolling back up to see if I've missed anything else. Yeah, the evidence page has had it wrong, Wheezy, from the beginning, right? The sheriff claimed it was... What did he say? What was his explanation? It's been wrong, and we noticed it right off the bat too, right? Like it had the wrong date. But they came in and said some stupid-ass excuse for it. But of course, it didn't make any sense, but whatever. They never corrected it, though. Did they ever correct it? I didn't even look. I quit looking and listening a long time ago to Word Salad Man. But they never corrected it, I don't think. I think they put out a statement about it and, tried to explain it or whatever, but it was like, whatever. It's too late now. You done did what you did. That just showed more of your sloppiness, right? Is what that did. That's what we do know. Yeah, thank you, Forrest. Actually, I've done good as a creator, quote unquote, during this investigation case. I do have a playlist, the Nancy Guthrie. What is it called? Sorry, it just left me. The Nancy Guthrie case. But I do have a playlist running for this case. y'all are welcome to go back and review. I appreciate it if you do. We've discussed a lot. God, we've discussed like just about every possible aspect, and different things, and tried to evaluate what we could, and facts as we know them. We don't know very many facts in this case. We have images from around the property. You know what I mean? We have sources speaking to media that we can piece together. We have retired agents from the FBI, CIA, profilers coming out and giving us their best guesstimates that are similar to ours, and some are far-fetched, but okay. Oh, tomorrow's Sunday. I get to troll my favorite doctor. I just remembered when I said that. Far-fetched made me think of that. That's wild. That's mean. I'm getting silly because I'm getting kind of tired. You called Pima County to ask if the evidence was valid, and they said yes. If the evidence was valid, what evidence exactly was that, hon? Okay, let me go. The last comment would be right before that one, the first or the second interview. You talking about the sheriff's first or second interview? Because we have reviewed all of the damn press conferences and all the interviews that were coming out, that and especially when he was speaking to all the media there for a minute, the little 10-minute things. We recovered all that, as much as all of it that we could find, we were covering. He has said so many conflicting things, and I've tried to take away the important things that he has said, right? DNA in the house, then it turns out DNA mixture. I kept saying all along, what's wrong with that DNA in the house? Why are we talking about a glove 2 miles away? Why 2 miles away? Prove to me it's tied to that crime scene. But okay, it's worth looking at, I suppose. But what's wrong with that DNA in the house? Turns out it was a mixture that they're trying to separate at the lab. I think they did, but do we got a partial profile? If we do, they can do familial testing, starting in the Arizona in the public database. If not, you hand off to the FBI and they do their thing. It took 47 days to build Koberger out. I don't know. Will it take a little longer here? Can they get anywhere with a partial? If they even got there with a partial? Because I have to keep reminding y'all, in the documents in Idaho 4, the sheath had single source DNA on the snap, right? Which identified the person, Brian Koberger. There was a mixture on there as well in the form of this blood on there, those blood specks. There was 3 DNA profiles in the mixture. 2 they could absolutely tell were Kaylee and Maddie. The 3rd, they could only tell it was of male profile, but there was not enough to determine if it was Brian Koberger or not. Regardless of what that snap told you, there wasn't enough in that mixture to tell you that was Koberger, right? But it was male, but it wasn't enough to tell you anything else other than that. Is that what we have here, unfortunately? We don't know how much saliva got on his hands from his stupid bite light. Because we had to talk to Ms. Nancy at some point, right? Wake up, come with me, don't scream, do as I tell you. How are you doing that with a mouthful of light? Are you hoping that she hears you past your mouthful of shit? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I cuss a lot for any of y'all that knew. Sometimes it's worse than others. It's late night on a Saturday. We can cuss if we want to. But we don't know what Nanos that Nanos wasn't boots on the ground collecting evidence. His dudes were in there, his team, his detectives, his homicide detectives, and the crime scene analysis were taking samples and doing their job. Where'd they collect samples from? The front door, I hope. God, I hope that they didn't get the rug, so we don't have a lot of faith, right? He's standing full ass on the rug. People said, what about saliva out of the mouth dripping down? What about his feet prints? What about? We don't know because they didn't take the rug. It wasn't necessary. But did they swab the handles on the front door? Like when they came out and they shut the door behind them? I doubt Nancy shut the door and locked it up. They're carrying her out by some estimates. So did he touch the knob? We know he touched the bracket. We saw him and they took it, right? Did they touch this with his gloves? Did he touch this with his gloves? Did he touch this with his gloves? We don't know because we don't know what Nanos and team did or didn't do thoroughly. By the time the FBI got there a few days later, right, got their hands on the released crime scene. Lord, I gotta pause and take a drink of my Coca-Cola. The FBI had to go in there and do all their important work on a released crime scene that wasn't fully processed all the way to begin with, because if it had been, some cameras outside wouldn't have been left. Well, maybe he thought, well, there's a camera, there's got to be a feed somewhere in the cloud, we don't need to take the camera. Oh, that's what he thought. They told the FBI when they got there, hey, well, we saw some cameras out there, but we're trying to see if we can get into a cloud or something or another, and Google's going to get back to me on it. They said they're going to try. They don't know if they can do anything, though. He said that in his press conference, or no, in an interview. The Google said to him, Sheriff, we don't know if we can do anything, but we'll try. Google Nest people. But I don't know about these cameras right here. Who knows what he thought? He might have thought they were completely irrelevant. We don't know. We don't know. They was probably irrelevant to him, just like the fucking rug. Jesus Christ. Maybe so, Squeaky. I mean, either way, she could have put up a fight for either option, right? I'm a feisty lady, and I know me. And I got part of me is gonna lay in wait and let you. I can hear at the moment still, and if I hear you coming, I'm probably gonna let you get all the way to me, and you're gonna get what you deserve. But if you get to me and you're physically trying to get me out my door, I can see me trying to put up a little bit of struggle. But then I might tell myself, okay, this is happening. Get your shit together until you can escape. That's what I'm going to tell myself. I know me. That's what I'm doing. Fight or flight's kicking in at the door. Jesus Christ, here we go. Right? Okay, Squeaky, we get it. Dude, you don't got to be so graphic. We do get it. We understand why a person who wants to set out to sexually assault 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie would take the body. We all understand how it works. And I'm just letting you know, we get it, hun. We get it. I don't know. I don't mean to say hun. I don't know you're male, female, whatever. I don't know. So, yeah, we get it. Just like we don't know why he's there. We don't know. Ransom gone wrong. SA. Obsessed person. Or just a fucking robber in the night that got lucky. Doors unlocked somehow, and fuck yes. I ain't gonna take nothing but that old lady, but I'm gonna go in here anyway. Maybe he startled Miss Nancy in the dead of the night. He's in there plundering, rifling through her shit in the living room, in the kitchen, filling up his backpack, although it appears to be that's kind of full already. Who knows? I'm saying. I think a lot of people have different opinions about why the guy could be there, but I think a lot of people have also narrowed it down to it can only be a couple of reasons. And none of us want to believe that it could be anything horrible. Why would somebody want to harm anybody else? The humans do messed up things to other people all the time. We talk about true crime on a daily basis. You know, Nancy Guthrie's not our introduction to true crime. It's just one of many cases we talk about, and we know people are capable of doing all sorts of horrible things to each other. This guy's going through a lot of trouble to do a lot of things. You know, he's suited up, right? He's got the Mexican carry, as by some estimates, happening there with his gun crotch situation. Show of force, see what I got? Better do what I say. I got my mouth full of a light, got my hands free to zip tie you or whatever. Rope may be a little much. Rope on her hands could make her bleed. A zip tie could make her bleed. Would you need to zip tie her or just gag her where she can't speak? If she's gagged and can't yell, she didn't cough, blood spatter. She sneezed it. So some way he got her out of the house, right? Did he act alone? So if he didn't act alone, we got two people who's down with SA and old ladies, like they partners in the night, and there's no other victims. Because I haven't seen any reports of like other victims. Y'all know what I'm saying? To make that line up. Look, there was something over there they were looking at one day. Over there on the side. All right, guys, I'm about to let y'all go for the night. I'll probably come back tomorrow. I need to get up with Mr. Keefe and see what his plans are. I know they were over on Shabugs last night. We were watching. Was it last night? Yeah. Yes. Watched a little bit about that Mormon housewives lady beating up on her boyfriend. And then the Afro Man trial thing. It was crazy. It was crazy. All right. That Afro Man thing was so crazy. I didn't watch all of it. I kept wanting to fall asleep. I kept dozing off. And then I couldn't sleep for a long time last night. It was crazy. But I had things on my watch list. So I just watched stuff instead. And worried about Miss Nancy. Like, what the fuck? What is this dude doing at the door? Why is he there? Why? And why'd you take her? And what'd you do with her? Where'd you go? Like, it's enough is enough. Enough is enough. Right, Rachel, people, like, if Miss Nancy had even had a chance to scream inside of her house, would anybody outside that house have even heard it? How loud is she going to be able to scream? All honestly, her voice had a little bit of that scratchiness that Savannah had before her surgery. You could see it and hear it in Nancy's voice as well. So I don't imagine her being able to scream super loud, right? But who's going to hear her outside of that house? If you look at the map and you can see how the distance, those 2 houses, 3 houses that are around her, really, they're not super close. They're not going to hear it. And I don't think, even if they brought her out the front door ungagged, is she going to scream because she's scared, right? If the dude's got a gun, she's bleeding, what's the chance of her screaming at that point? Did they give her something like the gag? Did the gag turn into covering up the blood, putting pressure on it? Going down the sidewalk, we got droplets. What's happening here, right? All we do know is it appears she came out that front door. That's what we do know. It appears Miss Nancy came right out the front door. We see the evidence. We see his flower buying evidence. I want to know if that handrail got swabbed. If there's any saliva on the handrail. Miss Nancy's blood, possibly. Anyway, a lot of questions still. Yes, S4 says, thanks everyone for being here. And make sure you hit your notifications. Yeah, do that. I'm trying to get better at getting the show set up early enough to get the notifications out there and giving you guys heads up mornings when I'm doing the things. I don't do that. I'm trying to get back to my Monday through Friday schedule. I'll probably get Actually, that'll probably become more and more, especially when I move back, with the grandson. Because during the day, he'll be at school and shit. There'll be some nighttime stuff, of course, especially if we need it. Something's happening. The weekend stuff we'll do. We'll get back to our Monday through Friday. Wait, we got to do our coffee and crime conversations like we always did. And do our cussing and discussing, butterfly. We'll get back to our usual. That's what we're going to do. All right, not me. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go eat. I ordered some food earlier because I was like so hungry. I'm not going to lie. I ordered this. I got a good deal, actually. It was some barbecue, but I got some pulled pork and pulled chicken and a good side. And there was so much I couldn't even eat it all earlier. So I got all that to still eat. Yeah. I'm going to eat and go to sleep. Or I'm going to go to eat and watch some things and go to sleep. Maybe she was carried over her shoulder. It's hard to tell from that. I don't know if that. I mean, I guess if you're brutal, right? If you don't care, you just need to get your victim out of there, get your evidence out of there, right? You're just in a hurry. Could be. She could have gotten thrown over the shoulder, especially if Joe Scott Morgan's 3 feet evaluation's correct. How tall is that guy? They say 5'9", 6 or some shit. What was it again? Throw Nancy over your shoulder. Take her height into consideration. I don't know. I don't know if she stumbled, come out the door and hit her knees and bent over and fell, and I don't know. Carolina, thank you. Thank you, Salty. Yes, sweet friends, thank y'all. And thank y'all. Stay vigilant and stay safe out there. Yes, ma'am. And y'all know what we say around here. Stay safe on the YouTube streets. Lord, take everything with a grain of salt. Just be super careful. Y'all know the things to watch out for. Good Lord, we know the red flags, right? Heed them when we see them. All right, Squeaky. Well, you enjoy yourself down there in the basement, all right? You go down in the basement, you eat your Hot Pockets, and you watch some TV and have a jolly old time. Do you? I'm going to eat some pulled pork and watch some YouTube shit. 5'9", Butterfly. Thank you. I thought that's what it was. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all coming in, unpacking everything with me tonight and watching that special. And I'm going to go back and review what the family said again, because it's through those two things really got me, especially that they covered a lot about Miss Nancy. And we had talked about that. Remember in the past, we talked about her doing the efforts to save the Poison Control Center. And I told you guys, I remember that was a big deal back in the day. They were going to shut down a lot of the poison control centers. Because back through the 70s, it was like, if your kid gets into the cleaning supplies, call the Poison Control Center, right? They were going to do away with that. And she fought hard to keep that. So she's known for that effort there through the college stuff. But her colleagues just talking about her and personalizing her, so that person that took her at the door, maybe they will have a little empathy for what they did. So just throwing her over their shoulder and carrying her out the door because they got to cover up their little sexual assault escapade. Sick son of a bitch. Thank you, Hawkeyes. Let me put that up there before we go. Let me get that up there. Let me get down here. The yellow is for hope, right? And we hope Miss Nancy is found soon. We are all fully aware, the probability of Miss Nancy still being alive is pretty slim. But we can always hope, right? And in either way, family needs to know and needs to find her. I'm checking now, Rach, and needs to find her. Okay, thank you. Let me go to Twitter and pull that up. There's the statement right there. We'll close by reading the statement. Thanks, Rachel. Thank you to my wonderful mod team for always being available. I, d- I'm- y'all, show them some love because I don't always give them a good heads up either. Usually it's like within the hour, like, hey, y'all free? They're like, oh, shit. Hold on. We got, give us a minute. And I love my mods. I love them to death. Okay. Thank you, Rachel. Who was that, Lauren, that put that out? Let me see. Yeah, okay. Lauren Conlon with LA Magazine, her tweet. Okay, I'll share the screen with you guys and you guys can follow along. And then we can all, send our vibes, say prayers, whatever it is we do, reach out to our higher powers that we believe in, bring Miss Nancy home. All right. The statement reads, "We are deeply grateful for the outpouring from neighbors, friends, and the people of Tucson. We are a family now. We are all family now. We continue to believe it is Tucsonans, okay, I said that wrong. I'm sorry, I butchered that, and the greater Southern Arizona community that hold the key to finding resolution in this case." Southern Arizona community. I gotta take notes. Hold on a minute. Where's my paper? I already have my notes going. I was prepared before they ever went live with that shit because I was going to take notes. Thank you, Rachel, for linking this up. Why are we focused there? That hold the key to finding resolution in this case. Someone knows something. It's possible a member of this community has information that they do not realize is significant. We hope people search their memories, especially around the key timelines of January 31st and the early morning hours of February 1, as well as the late evening of January 11. Okay. We know why January 31, and we know why the early morning hours of Feb 1, right? And what's up with January 11th? Hold on, because FBI told us when they released the footage that they didn't have timestamps. So if y'all want us to believe that the guy at the door without the backpack and the gun was there January 11th, how do you know it was January 11th if you don't have a timestamp? I wish mainstream media would ask that. Brian Enton, hashtag Brian Enton, ask that question. Hashtag Brian Enton, ask that question. Ooh, Twitter. Okay. What's up? We got a car of interest roaming around. These neighbors figured out January 11th. In the late evening hours of January 11th, do we see a weird car that nobody recognizes? Jan 11th, when that prowler was in that area. Which one? We'll have to go back and look at Nerdy's damn butterfly. We got research. Is that what it was, Forrest? Where was that prowler at, though? The one that everybody was looking at that one day? That one significant one, right? That didn't have nothing like the guy at the door. Was that the day that guy was there? The 11th? Yeah. I don't know. That's a stretch just to think that was. I thought they said they ruled that guy out. I thought I saw a report where that guy that they found that dude and talked to him or some shit. If that was tied to one of them prowlers in the night down there, why is it so significant, though? The late evening. Okay, I see that butterfly, thanks. Okay, I'll finish. We desperately ask this community for renewed attention to our mom's case. Renewed attention. Happened the sheriff ran the media off. Yikes. Please consult camera footage, journal notes. Interesting. Go back through your journal to that date and see what you wrote down that you may not remember you wrote down. Text messages, observations, or conversations that in retrospect may hold significance. They had help writing this. That's cool. No detail is too small. It may be the key. FBI's got some damn talented people working. We miss our mom with every breath, and we cannot be in peace until she is home. We cannot grieve. We can only ache and wonder. Our focus is solely on finding her and bringing her home. We want to celebrate her beautiful and courageous life. We want to celebrate her beautiful and courageous life, but we cannot do that until she is brought to a final place of rest. Thank you for continuing to pray without ceasing. So are we going with kidnap gone wrong? Main possibility? Best case scenario for the FBI? Worst case scenario? Ooh, that's Maureen's show, isn't it, on her podcast? Oh, Lord. What are you saying, Butterfly? Remember they talked to the guy in the Woodrum case? Yeah, they did. They interviewed him early, right? Because they knew he had a connection to the property and had worked there and da-da-da-da. And I wasn't there, and they just believed him. He's like the nice guy. He didn't appear to be involved. But then when they got that geofence warrant and it tied him to that phone, they're like, oh, yeah, Carlo, gotcha, buddy. Turns out his DNA matched. So we don't have that, apparently have that option here, because they did geofencing early on and nothing's come of that. Nothing's come out of that. So when you look at the geofence warrant, who doesn't belong there versus who does? You got a whole fucking neighborhood now that you've geofenced, right? Anyway. And of course, it signed the Guthrie family, Cameron and Christine, Annie and Tommaso, Savannah and Michael. Southern Arizona community holds the key. January 31st, obviously. February 1st, early morning hours, obviously. And for some reason, January 11th, late evening. Something to ponder on, guys, which we've been pondering on for a while. What went down on January 11th? Was that the only date that this person is surveilled, or the only date they can see him surveil? And if you see him, if you know that the guy was at the door January 11th, then you absolutely got a timestamp. So why did you say you didn't? What's the point? You got him at the door. Am I to believe that's not the 31st after all? Or February 1st, whatever time it is by that time. February 1st. So we don't have a timestamp, but we don't need it, right? Because we understand he's here at a certain time, right? Doing what he's doing. But how do you know that was the 11th? We're assuming this was the night of the crime. No timestamp, so we assume it. But no eyes here. We don't know what's going on. Again, Damn, I'm back to not knowing what's going on with no eyes. Okay. Time to eat and go to bed. All right, guys. With that said, I'm going to peace out on y'all. Hey, should we do like, what's his name, Higgins, and do the Irish goodbye? Nah, I won't do that to y'all. All his co-workers, nothing to good. Yeah, the guy had a good reputation, Butterfly. He was a good guy by all accounts, but between his co-workers, nobody in the family had ever been suspicious of him. His wife didn't suspect anything. He was a good dad, a good provider, and all that, right? A legal U.S. citizen, working, all that things. But he secretly was seeing women on the side, and they were always older, right? And Nancy was 20 years older than him. So most older women, younger men, same, switch it around, men, women, whatever, 20 years, 15, 20 years difference in a lot of these relationships. Y'all know what I mean. So yeah. But he was a good guy. They didn't suspect. They had no reason to suspect him until they got that geofence right and got that name tied to him. That mask. Yeah. These damn balaclavas keep showing themselves. And people who want to act like Miss Nancy went to the door and opened it. Oh, y'all don't think she looked out and saw that masked man and thought it was a good idea to open the fucking door? Or really? Insult Miss Nancy again, that she's going to open that front door to a masked man at 2 o'clock in the damn morning. Can I help you? Are you lost, baby? You need to use the phone. I hear the cell phone service sucks. I still got a landline. What? I don't know if she has a landline or not. I just made that up. I'm just saying. The mask eventually fell. It usually does after a while, right? It slips. It starts that slip. And there it goes. No stopping it once that train leaves the tracks. All right, guys. Y'all go have a good rest of your night. I've took enough of your time up. God bless the family. God bless Miss Nancy. Lord, bring her home. And like Maureen says, sweet baby Jesus, get rid of all these damn psychotic people. We can all rest a little easier at night. Maybe we'll find out more in the next couple of days, guys, next couple of weeks. Maybe they can get to the IGG of it all. Maybe that's getting somewhere. That's our only hope at this point, I'm afraid. If the FBI is circling back to the neighborhood and asking a bunch of questions again and asking for videos, and we're doing this now about all this still, please go back to your diaries even and tell me what you find. What? You got to be kidding me. It's going to take a damn miracle at this point, right? So let's hope IGG's the answer. Hurry up, Florida Lab. Not hurry up, but Lord, give them the power to do their job. There we go. Let's direct our energy the right way. Let's send it all to the lab and get this shit done. All right. With that said, y'all have a good night. I appreciate all of y'all for being here and putting up with me at the same time. Good night.
Thank you all for watching this here video.